nice. Beautiful. I'm all for it.
Evening, or morning, or afternoon, you beautiful bastards, and welcome to my so-called show. And tonight on Bastards Breakdowns, we are discussing Live and Let Die, Roger Moore's first outing, and probably the funkiest James Bond film that's ever made. So, welcome to my guest, Tony Down Under.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here and talking about one of the best Bond films.
Yes, thank you. And Inside Man, aka Retropolis Now, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks. And I'll echo Tony Down Under's little intro there. Thanks ever so much for bringing us on, mate. I really do appreciate it. And in my opinion, I'd agree with Tony. This is one of the best Bond movies.
Yeah, it's definitely a favourite of mine. It's not the greatest. I don't know if it's the greatest Bond movie, but it's definitely one of my favourites. And my last but not least, Ghost in the Craig. How are you doing, sir?
Pleasure, man. As the certified black man of the group, this is definitely one of my favorites. Voodoo and pimps included.
Yeah.
So, as a black man, how do you feel about the representation in this film?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, people can say all they want about not having enough black people in movies or whatever, that they don't get chances or whatever. But this is clearly a film that nobody can shy away from in saying that no, black people not only have they have roles in Hollywood, but that they can actually play outlandish and ridiculous characters. Like, at least back in the day, maybe today they don't. I don't think there's, but as for what it is, it's fantastic. Bond in Harlem. I mean, come on, that's great.
Because it gives Bond out. It puts Bond in an awkward position as well. He's kind of he sticks out. He sticks out like a sore thumb. He's way out of his depth here.
Oh, completely.
But it's it was obviously cashing in a little bit on the old blaxploitation thing that was going on in the early 70s as well, because we had Across 110th Street. And we've had like Shaft as well, and obviously, so this is a story that's set around the black areas in the original novel. Let's bring the blaxploitation kind of tone here.
I think it was a really good move. I think it's a fantastic move.
This was like originally the second in the James Bond books, but this is like the 10th?
Yeah, I had no idea about that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I just know that they wanted Sean Connery back, and he said nah.
but he did approve Roger Moore for it as well, didn't he?
I mean, I like Roger Moore. I mean, his movies got a bit more ridiculous and campy near the end, but I mean, I think Live and Let Die and The Man with the Golden Gun, like the earlier ones are just great.
I think Spy Love Me was one. I think Spy Love Me is one that really took that formula and really perfected it, in my opinion. I don't think he's ever topped that since.
I think the Moore era did cash in on a lot of things. Like, I mean, Moonraker was Star Wars. It was pretty much like the Moore era was like, okay, blaxploitation. Oh, we've got Spy Love Me. Oh, we've got a character literally named Jaws. I mean, they knew what they were doing.
Octopussy. I mean, Octopussy alone. Come on now, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, no, but The Spy Love Me, the movie is miles better than the bloody book. James Bond is barely even in it. Not until the end.
I still got to read the books. I've not read any Bond book yet, but I plan to. Like, I cannot. I just haven't. But I can't live my life without reading at least 5.
I really recommend them. They're fantastic.
Yeah, they're all the audio books are on YouTube as well. I mean, that's how I managed to get through them as well. Because I mean, I could get stuff done while listening to them, and
that's fair. Yeah, I'm just such a reader. I like pages, and I don't know.
I
do as well. It's just I never always have time for it. That's it. I mean, I'm currently listening to No Country for Old Men on audiobooks. I know I've got a stream on that, and I want to get some people on there as well.
Wow. That was a book before the movie?
Yeah, called Kathy McCormick, I think the author's name is. I forget sometimes.
Oh, shit. I did not know that.
But yeah, Live and Let Die. This wasn't really the first time Roger Moore played James Bond. Believe it or not, there was originally a sketch in 1964. It was a comedy sketch. It was like spoofing James Bond, and Roger Moore was playing him. And if you can catch it on YouTube, it is a very funny sketch.
Do you know, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, mate. Well
I think I
done.
might have put it on. Let's have a look. I'll only play a little bit though, if I can.
That's
I
great.
see it.
Got
Sounds like
it.
a Saturday Night
Yeah, I
Live
heard
skit.
about it, but I didn't see it.
I don't think I got because it was 7 minutes long, and I don't try not to play so many long stuff on here because I try to, if I do play clips, I
Copyright,
make
yeah.
sure they're short so they aren't too long. But
Yeah.
I will send you
Yeah.
the link to them though. They are. It's a very
Yeah,
funny
that'd be
little sketch.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just send it through. Yeah.
The
I'll
joke
post
is
it in
basically James
in the
Bond
comments.
is on vacation and he bumps into a spy who's also on vacation, and anytime they offer each other a drink, they start to wonder if they might have drugged each other's drink, and they start tossing it out every time. It's yeah.
That's awesome.
Great.
I do find it funny how there are just actors who are destined to play James Bond. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
Roger Moore in this case, he was on a sketch, and then there's Remington Steele himself, Pierce Brosnan, who was like, "Oh, he's gonna be James Bond," and then he wasn't, and then he was, which was weird.
Yeah, they
fate.
fucked around. They fucked around there, didn't they? Back in the 80s. I mean,
hmm
and then the only
After Dalton.
I think it was Brosnan's contract fault.
Yeah, they really wanted Dalton.
Yeah.
They really wanted Brosnan in the 80s, but he was unavailable, so they picked Dalton, even though they've offered the role to Dalton a few times in the 60s as well. But he
That's
turned it
right.
down because he was too young. He felt
Yeah.
he was too young. And yeah,
Yep,
Dalton's a
yeah.
smart guy. He was right to turn it down in the 60s. I mean,
Having said that, now I think I could really see him on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
As a
Yeah,
young Bond.
Oh, for sure.
yeah,
You know,
again,
I
George
mean-
Lazenby was like, what, 29 when he did the Bond movie?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and
He
I mean,
kind of
that's
looks
a
like
great
a younger,
movie.
like Roger Moore, like in a odd AI kind of way.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, he's got
Yeah.
the mole.
I
he's
love
got
On Her
pretty
Majesty's
much
Secret
everything.
Service, but
Oh, great.
I love On Her Majesty's, but I got a problem with George Lazenby in it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Like,
don't
I
know
love
against
the
George
scenes with
Lazenby
him and
personally, though. I think because I do like how he flagged the role, though. It was kind of like
Yeah.
I do have respect for him the way he just sort of lied his ass off and just to get the
Mhm.
role. It was brilliant.
Did you guys watch
did
that
an actor's
documentary
thing.
that was on him? They did that documentary, like Becoming Bond or something. I never
saw
saw
some
it.
of it.
Yeah.
I saw
Oh,
something, not
yeah.
all of it though. But I need to
Mhm.
watch the full thing because George Lazenby actually
Dude,
seems
it
like
is a
cool
wild
guy.
ride.
Yeah.
Mhm. I wouldn't doubt it. Shit.
I
I mean,
mean,
it's
he
like if
talks
Sean
about
Connery
first
and
time having
Roger Moore
sex.
had a baby, that would be George Lazenby.
And yeah, it's kind of good that Sean Connery didn't reprise his role for Live and Let Die
Yeah.
because you can
Yeah.
tell he was getting
Mm.
fed up with it, and there was already some animosity between him and Broccoli and Saltzman, and it wouldn't have been a good thing to work on.
I mean, Diamonds Are Forever is still one of my another favorite Bond food. I know it's like a lot of people don't like it or whatever, but I like it more than Never Say Never.
Oh,
But
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
Never Say Never was bad.
Oh man,
It just feels like
Yeah.
a very spite. It just feels like it was made to spite Cubby and
Yeah.
Broccoli as well because there was like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lawsuit thing with this.
Kevin
That-
McClory.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah, he claimed Ian Fleming fucking ripped him off, didn't he?
Yeah.
I would
Damn.
genuinely loathe that movie because, like, it's just a remake of Thunderball. Why would I watch shitty Thunderball when I've got Thunderball?
Thunder.
Yeah.
No.
That's right. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
you could have
the
given
original
us-
Thunderball has its problems, but I still kind of have a soft spot for a lot of it as well, though. I don't like.
I mean, Never Say Never Again could have been like, oh, we're unofficially concluding the Spectre, saga with
Mm.
Bond going up against Blofeld, but no,
One
we're just remaking the same crap.
Yeah, because of that whole thing with McClure, we couldn't have Blofeld for Your Eyes Only. You had to. It was just basically just a bald guy with a cat who isn't Blofeld, but it is Blofeld, just
Yeah.
not legally. Blofeld.
Yeah.
Not legally.
It's,
But
Yeah.
man, McClory really wanted to spite the producers because he was
He really
going to
did.
buy Casino Royale
Yeah.
when it was up for sale, which I was like, wow, this guy has a really big hate boner for these
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I don't know
he
why he
was
could just. I don't know. I don't know why he couldn't just have tried to just make a really good movie and that's it with Sean Connery. That is basically a spy film, but it's just not James Bond. It's yeah, and yeah, I can't stand Never Say Never Again. It's a bad movie, really
oh,
is.
it's terrible,
Yeah,
terrible.
it's been a while since I've seen it, but I probably only saw it once or twice, and I was like,
Yeah,
I can-
Connery's
I can-
all right in it, but it's Fatima Blush that actually makes it worth
Yes,
watching. She's the only good
Mm.
thing in it. She's
100%.
gorgeous and yeah,
Oh,
yeah. And it's a shame she's not she never really got to be an official Bond girl because she's probably one of the sexiest women in one of the Bond films, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
I mean, she was happy
Oh
to star
yeah,
along Sean Connery.
I remember her. Yep. Blonde
Yeah.
and a brunette. Yeah.
But yeah, we are talking about that. We're talking about Live and Let Die, and I'm just going to get the slides up, and we'll start with the movie. And
I guess before we start, what do you guys think of Aaron Taylor Johnson being cast as Bond? I don't believe it, but what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Well,
yeah, I've been hearing rumors, but I think
yeah,
I think he should do. I think he should do. He's the right age now, and he seems to handle himself well in fight scenes and movies. He looks good in the suit, so why not?
I think he'd be, he would be a good choice, but whether it's true or not, we just don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it's just I'm so used to seeing him now. It's like Craven, or he had the mustache and long hair and Bullet Train.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely wait for an official announcement because I don't believe anything from the Sun. I'm sorry, but I mean,
No.
every single
Yeah,
time I hear
yeah.
something from the Sun, I'm like, no, stop it, stop lying,
Yeah,
giving us
yeah.
false hope.
Yeah, I don't believe the tabloids, but yeah, I really hope to try and get back on form with James Bond. I really do.
Yeah.
Because I know they suffered a lot with No Time to Die as well, especially when it was so over budget.
Yeah, and he died. He fucking died.
Yeah,
He never killed Bond ever.
Didn't-
like what the fuck?
They delayed the release for like a year for that movie. So, and they said that every month it was delayed, it was like $1 million or something. So, like, add that on, just wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nah.
yeah. And Low Toxic and Blue Collar, thanks for joining me. And I want to have you on the No Country for Old Men stream. I do.
Hey lads, how are we?
Yeah. And Blue Collar, yeah. No problem, man. No problem if you want to catch the replay. Spend time with your kid and. I hope the new Bad Boys film is actually really good. And we've lost bloody.
Yeah, I saw it the other day.
Is it any good?
Very entertaining. It's it's got a lot of great action set pieces. Will Smith has to learn how to become his Giga Chad self before he, because he gets married and then he's like a bitch. He suffers from panic attacks. So I'm like, wow, this is literally just Will Smith in real life, and it's just trying to get Will Smith to become Will Smith again. And then like Martin Lawrence is like the badass one in this, which I'm like, you know what? Yeah, Martin Lawrence is the best thing in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to give it a try. I did finally watch the third one a while ago. I kind of binged the first three movies, and it was pretty fun. I don't know if I'm still on the fence about the third one, but I do like how they were trying to evolve Will Smith's character a little bit more as well, and the friendship between him and Martin Lawrence's character. So yeah, it looks like it does look like they're trying to add a bit more substance to the chaos.
A slight tangent, but with the action scenes in the first two Bad Boys movies, it did felt like they would inspire video games. In the recent movies, it feels like they are inspired by video games. And if you watch this new movie, you'll kind of realize in the final fight, it goes into a sort of first-person mode. And I'm like, yeah, that's just straight up, a first-person shooter point of view. So.
All right, I'm ready. Sorry, my
okay.
Let's get the slideshows back up now, and we need a James Bond film set in the call. Yeah, we need to get back to that because I think that was him at his golden era. Oops.
I will say I do admire the producers trying to go like, all right, we're trying to evolve Bond with the times and like, sort of progress him through time. I kind of admire that, but at the same time, Bond in the Cold War era, just, that was the hot streak from Russia with Love right up until On Her Majesty's Secret Service, just peak Bond.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of been like hit and miss a little bit after the Nazis, because I mean, even though Bronson is really good and that, he did kind of suffer a little bit with Die Another Day, and the Daniel Craig films have got way too serious, and I like
But
that.
I like see I like that. See, I like the I know, controversial though it is, I actually think that Daniel Craig is, well, he's actually my favorite Bond. Um,
Mm.
and
Heresy.
and and
My
I
name's
mean, it was
Chris.
for a
I'll
while.
get,
I
I'll
think
get
he
that
was
one
for a
too.
while, but I think it's when I think as soon as I got to Spectre, he started to look like he was falling in a little bit, and yeah, after that, I started veering back to Brosnan a bit more after that.
No, look,
Mhm.
I'll say this with Craig, with Casino Royale, Quantum, and Skyfall, you could definitely tell he was on top of his game. He really enjoyed the role.
Yeah.
But then
Mhm.
with Spectre and then No Time to Die, you could just feel his animosity, especially because he was a producer, so he had more say in the role, and it just
that
felt
Mm.
like,
that
God
in terms
damn
of
it.
his producer credit, that really was just kind of a token credit. It didn't give him any
But
power. It didn't have any kind of sway or say.
But you could
Mm.
definitely tell that Barbara just was smitten with him and just gave him pretty much anything he wanted.
But I
Wow.
like the movie. I really like the movie.
Mm.
I think it's a very well put together, well
Oh
crafted,
yeah,
well written movie, and I think it's spectacular. I think it's
Mm.
really, it's dare I say it, it's actually one of my favorites.
Oh, No Time to Die.
No,
Yeah,
I do got to disagree. I do
Mm.
like some of the ideas because they are taken from You Only Live Twice. I just think the book
and
did
On a
do it a
Majesty's
bit
Secret
better.
Service as well.
for
Yeah.
a good 2/3 of the movie, I was with you. Like it's got great action, it's got a great pace. The only thing that miffed me was like, why does he believe Blofeld? Considering how in the last movie Blofeld tried to kill his girlfriend, but I was like, you know what, I'm with it. And then the final
Mhm.
act, I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why is this villain doing what he's doing? Like, what am I
Mhm.
doing here? And then all of a sudden, the daughter gets captured, and then all of a sudden, she's just like, "All right, I'm gonna take you, and then I'm gonna push you away." And then all of a sudden, they find her. Uh, I'm sorry,
I mean,
that
I
that
thought it
movie.
was the one thing that I really laughed about that film was the fact that he actually shot Bond in the back. Like no
Mm,
one ever like they always make Bond walk or they take him somewhere and
Yeah,
they don't actually kill him, but he actually shot him multiple times in the
yeah.
back.
the only
Not
problem I
up
have with
front. Like
that
it was just
is,
kind of like
Yeah.
yeah, the only problem I have with that is that he shoots him, he gets in the water, and then he's like, "Ah, yes, I'm going to monologue you while I kill you." Like,
yeah, classic,
dude, you
classic.
you literally shot him in the back. Kill him. You
Just kill
finished the
him. Yeah.
job, dude. What are you
Hmm.
doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll move on from that at the moment because we've got to get through the movie, and yeah,
Let's
let's
do it.
start with Live and Let Die, because it kind of goes back to an era when we can just enjoy Bond a little bit more as well. And
Oh hell yeah.
as much as I like Dark Bond, I think they just have to find a good balance, and I think GoldenEye was one of those that really did that as well. And so
Mm.
now we've got the very first gun barrel scene here with Roger Moore, and it's pretty good. And we do not get,
I
and
don't
that's
like the
the
stance.
yeah, and this is the
I don't like the
last we
stance.
see of him until after the opening credits. And we got to the United Nations. We've got all these diplomats doing their thing, and someone switches the
The
wires.
plug. Yeah.
I know,
Mhm.
and we got this guy with a really crap sweep over his head as well. And yeah, come on,
Like,
what is
man,
that,
just go
man?
bald. Just
Yeah,
go
he is not
bald.
hiding
Like,
that fucking bald head. He really isn't.
Hey man, that's the 70s for you.
Yeah, I know. Christian Bale actually had a good sweep as well. It was shit, but it was still passable. An American Hustle, I mean.
Oh man, I don't think I've seen that. Is that where he's the Nazi guy or the?
It's American Hustle. It's fun. It's not the best film, but Christian Bale. But the actors are really good in it.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Edward Norton. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. But yeah, and obviously this they do something that just fries his brain, and he falls down dead. And I forgot to do a shot of Kananga and Solitaire sat in the diplomatic meeting,
Yeah.
so it gives a bit of exposition as well, because you just see him as another diplomat for a while until the film starts. Then we cut to New Orleans. You got this big funeral march. Everyone looks
Real
very
quick, I gotta say, some friends of mine went to New Orleans and they got married out there. They did a destination wedding, and they were there. They were in that area, and like I was telling them about the movie.
Amazing.
And
Oh,
they
nice one.
watched it, and they said it looked just like that. Like they felt
Yeah,
like they were
yeah.
literally there.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Did they see a funeral?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, whose
Yeah.
funeral is this? Yours.
Yeah, just stabs him.
Yeah, but he stabbed him once. Oh man.
Yeah, no, I'm
He's
pretty sure. Yeah, because I mean, you
shank.
see people getting like shanked, don't you? And fucking a few times it takes a while for him to die, doesn't it? But he just goes down straight away after one.
Straight drop.
Yes, I
Oh,
mean,
man.
it's a pretty brutal movie, really. All in all,
Oh, yeah.
you know, it's
I
not
think James Bond's
it's
even
not a
though,
soft movie.
yeah, because I think the villains do die horrible deaths in the movies, even though a lot
Yeah.
of them are like PG kind of deaths. I mean,
Mm.
Mhm.
you see, I mean, for your eyes on, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, a guy gets knocked into a fucking snowplow or something like that.
Snowplow,
and his-
yeah,
Yeah, and his guts just spray
He
all
had
over.
lots of
It's actually
guts.
pretty gruesome.
great.
Well, plus his wife got shot in the head.
I know, but I don't like how they do this. I don't know if they did a quick cut on the cameras or something, but yeah, it was pretty. I don't know, it's pretty good effect back then. I think they cut the
Mhm.
cameras, but yeah, it goes back to everyone starts fucking dancing around saying, "Hey, we killed another white boy down here."
I think you know that song where they do with the Black Panther, the do 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 the where they're all dancing with the coffin. I think that was the original coffin dance right there.
Yeah, because I think that was another thing that inspired them as well, because the Black Panther movement was becoming a bit of a big thing as well. And oh yeah, hello Tony K, how you doing, man? Hey, you know what? I defend Roger Moore a little bit more as well, even though I prefer Sean Connery. But I do get why people like Roger Moore. He's like, you just want to have fun with this guy, and you want to go on these adventures.
He's
with
such
him.
a gentleman. Like Sean Connery
Yeah.
was a badass, but Roger
Yeah,
Moore
he's
is
such a charming.
Roger perfected the camp. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, his movies are campy, but man, you can tell he was having fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Yeah, PG totally was different in the 70s and 80s. And yeah, I mean, fucking hell. Look at Temple of Doom, heart getting ripped out, everything.
Mhm.
It's, yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
They didn't give a
what-
fuck. They wanted to traumatize the fuck out of kids back in those days. I love it.
and the adults were like, "This is no big deal. Look, it's fake. It's clearly fake."
Yeah, I believe you, Tony K, as well. Yeah, he always seems like a fucking charming guy. I want to watch his interviews. He's very funny, and
Yeah.
he takes the piss out of himself. And you sent me that those chapters of his 007 diaries when he was making this, and I was laughing my ass off at some of the
Yeah.
things he was saying. And
Absolutely hilarious. I mean, you know, some of his he's got a few sort of autobiographies. You know, he's done a few, and they're hilarious. I mean, he's so funny. He's so self-deprecating, and everybody who's ever worked with this guy, and has been in close contact with him on set, everybody has said he's the most fun to be with on any set of any other actor that they work with. You know, everybody had only lovely things to say about this man.
Mm.
yeah, no, I mean, fucking, and apparently he was a bit of a prankster as well. He used to,
Yeah,
he used to fucking give Desmond Llewellyn a bit of an hard time because because he's not a technique, he's not a big
yeah, he's not a
technical
techno,
kind of guy.
but yeah,
is he?
yeah,
He
yeah.
doesn't. He doesn't understand all the technical stuff he had to say in his in the movies. He was completely lost, and Roger Moore knew that, and he would get the script writers to add more mumbo jumbo
Yeah.
and just watch him fucking party every time. And
There was one story that Desmond Llewellyn told. I think it was on what was it? It might have been Moonraker. And what he did was he actually cut some pictures out from some let's just say adult magazines, and had the clapper loader put them on the back of the clapperboard. So when Desmond Llewellyn was getting ready for his scene, and they'd hold the clapperboard in front of Desmond Llewellyn's face, of course he'd see like these pairs of tits and everything on the back of the clapperboard.
That's awesome.
That's
Oh, man.
that's
No,
Roger
no one
Moore.
will ever
Bless him.
replace Q. I don't really care for the Daniel Craig Q because it's just it's just too weird.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, Christ, he's a funny guy. And yeah, thanks for Tony for subscribing to the channel. And if you could share it
Hey,
amongst
Tony.
your other fellow movie friends, that would be I would be very grateful. I will buy
From
you a
one Tony
pass.
to another, you made the right choice.
Yeah. So yeah, now we're in San Monique as well, and this is where we're getting real into like the voodoo and the cults and all that, like
Yeah.
slaughtered chickens and shit like that. And yeah, and it's really crazy as well. And now we've got this other agent as well who. Yeah, he almost
Chicken
looks like he could have
cannibal.
been a real life British spy as well. He's a very ordinary looking guy in a very ill fitting suit.
This is what SJWs think killing a white man is like in the jungle.
For real though. Oh man, that's funny. And none of them would ever go, but none of them would ever go to a place like this.
I know that. Is the snake actually real though? By the way, because I've watched it.
Yeah, all the snakes are real.
So it was. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I read
all the
about it
snakes
as
are real.
well, and me and the wife was like, it looks a bit fake. But then I looked at the trivia and it was saying, oh no, it was real. All the actors that had to do this scene were very fucking scared, especially Jane Seymour and even Jeffrey Holdwell plays Barrowman Sandy. He hates snakes and he did not want to be. Yeah.
With
He did
that
not-
scene, that scene where he falls into the coffin with all the snakes,
Yeah.
and of course he was freaking out, and of course what had happened on that day, they had a royal visit from Princess Alexandra had visited the set on that day, and of course he didn't want to chicken out, so he did the scene while Princess Alexandra was watching.
Yeah,
and
he
of
didn't
course
want to look like a pussy in front of her, did he?
But in reality, he absolutely soiled himself.
Oh, bastard. What I love about these old films, you get stories like that as well. These days, they would have CGI'd the snakes, and it just does it lacks that kind of danger. You want to, because when you see actors do this stuff for real, you know they are taking some kind of risk, especially with their own safety. And then we cut to the awesome opening credit scene as well. You got all these beautiful voodoo bitches with Paul McCartney just singing over.
Yeah.
And for something that's doing a take on blaxploitation, you had to pick a fucking white Liverpudlian guy, didn't you, to do it? But it's still cool though. It's still a great tune.
It is. It's a great tune. But have you heard the original song that was done by Alice Cooper? The original "Live and Let Die."
Oh no, I did one for the Man with the Golden Gun and all that.
He did the original "Live and Let Die."
Oh, I heard that one then. I've heard his version of the Man with the Golden Gun, and it's pretty fucking cool.
It's the one that he did for "Live and Let Die" was garbage, absolute garbage. You know,
that bad, huh?
Yeah, it was. It was awful. Didn't.
I think the singer was later who appears later on in the film where Roger Moore's table gets sent down, ends up being a trap door on the floor. I mean, I think they had her sing it as well, and even though they chose Paul McCartney because they refused an offer from him once some years back, and they didn't want to do it a second time, and they preferred her version better, but no, sometimes that just happens. Plus, Paul McCartney's a bigger name.
I think because it was George Martin, wasn't it, that scored it. But I love Maurice Binder's title sequences. You can't argue with Maurice Binder's title sequences.
Oh yeah, no, you can't. It's just classy.
Yeah.
I know. And then we finally get a first appearance from Roger Moore's Bond, and it's not really spectacular, is it? It's just kind of happens, isn't it? It's just lying in bed with this very beautiful.
Madeline Smith.
Yeah, that's she's a very beautiful woman, and who's playing Miss Caruso.
It fits this Bond so well, though. I mean, this Bond was basically more of a lover than a fighter, and like with the other Bonds, you got this intrigue, you got suspense, and this is just sort of like, oh yeah, it's his thing, you know. He's just sleeping with another broad, you know.
Toxic saying, "I'd love to have shown Jane Seymour Snake." Yeah. I still wouldn't know. I don't care how old she is. She's in her 70s.
You have to lower the tone, don't you? You have to lower.
I don't care, man. I don't care. It's a bastard stream anyway, so yeah.
Each of these that don't fuck with are snakes and condoms. Oh, no. Oh shit!
Oh,
that's
mystery.
funny.
Mr. E, you're a total mystery.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I
and I
see.
thought it
You
was
see
the fact we see
too.
James Bond a little bit more domesticated here as well. He's in this
Yeah.
really nice little apartment in London, and M's interrupting his sleep as well. And I like the little line he says as well, that you're not married by any chance, are you?
He's like, once, once I almost did.
Yeah. And obviously, M's in to tell him that his agents have been killed, and there's a lot of stuff going down, and he's got found. God, there was some things going down in San Monique in the Caribbean, and what's happening in New Orleans, everything, and yeah, you look at this old decor as well. He's got this nice little coffee maker, everything, and
Okay, what's with the spots? Like, why does this kitchen have like circles? Like,
Yeah.
is that
Circles
just
were
a
a thing
thing?
back
Did
in the
everyone
day.
have that in the
yeah,
70s?
1970s
Yeah.
decor.
Yep. Is that
Yeah,
like
a lot. They had these weird
abstract?
plans, didn't they?
Was this Ken Adam who designed this? Was it one of Ken Adams?
I think so. I mean, because he designed
it-
a lot, didn't he? The villains
Did,
lair. I
yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
I think he did as well. When I look at Kananga's villains lair at the end of this, I think, yeah, that's definitely got to be Ken Adams. I mean, because he has a certain look, doesn't he? I mean, there's a certain aesthetic to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
It
I
might
love
be
this
his
little
actual
bit as well.
back.
Yeah, and I love this little bit as well. He's talking about he's been very helpful with the Italians at the moment, but one of their agents is fucking missing, and it's this woman as well. Who's yeah, and James Bond's been shagging her. And yeah, and Money Penny's like, oh my god, what's he doing again? He's up to his old tricks again.
Oh, 007.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
Yeah, and obviously they got to. She's got a ticket for him to New York to meet with Felix Leiter, and this is where we get introduced to the wristwatch, which is once again, I always like these gadget setups as well because you know something cool is coming. It's like when Alfred Hitchcock said, if your character has a gun hanging on the wall, sooner or later during the movie he has to use it.
Yeah, that's known as Chekhov's gun.
That's it. Yeah,
It's, yeah, Chekhov's. Yeah.
I always
Does
forget these
anyone-
terms. I do. I always forget these terms, but I know what they are.
Does anyone know why Q is missing from this scene? Because it just like he's not in this film at all, which is
Mhm.
Yeah,
I always found it very weird considering how he
I think he was
pretty
doing
much
another film. I think he was doing another film at the time as well, and he actually did feel a bit bad that he couldn't make it for the show.
Mm. I mean, he's not in it, but it kind of fits because everything kind of happens so fast. Like it just kind of Bond just leaves, and then he ends up in Harlem.
I don't know. I would find it funny just Q in this scene, like, oh, 007. Really?
Like he just comes in afterwards.
Yeah, and I like the fact that M actually assumes it's a wristwatch that's been funded by the taxpayers as well until he activates the magnet on it.
Yeah. 007.
Yeah, and even that little line he does about the bullet, M makes this little bitchy quip to him as well, and he's like, M's a bit of a fucking grouchy old bastard with Roger Moore, isn't he? I mean, I know he's kind of an old grouch and a little bit firm, but
in the first two Moore films, he was, but in I think Moonraker, he was definitely on his side. Like you could definitely feel like he was comfortable in that, and then he didn't return because he sadly passed.
Yeah, he was very ill as well. I think he was a little ill during this film as well, but he managed to get through it though. And I still think he might be my favourite M, and I love Judi Dench as a second.
Wait, I thought he made it to Timothy. Wasn't he in Timothy Dalton's?
No, that was a
someone
different.
Oh, damn! I didn't realize
That actor actually appeared in The Spy Who Loved Me.
Yeah, he was
as a
playing
different
another character, wasn't he?
Although there is again theories that it's the same.
It's the same character,
yeah.
that's been
promoted.
Promoted.
Yeah.
So because it's
from
like
the
an M
ministry,
thing,
isn't
yeah.
it?
I don't believe the all 007 is a different guy kind of theory because there seems to be there seems to be some continuity here, especially with Tracy being killed because you see Roger Moore grieve for her on For Your Eyes Only, don't you? So Yeah,
Also,
there was
a lion in the world is not enough. I mean, that is Bond's motto. So family motto. So how are they a different character if that movie explicitly states it's a family motto? So unless James Bond is just names all his sons James Bond, which is highly irregular, but like it's the same guy. And then Craig is a reboot.
But I like the idea. I do like the idea of each Bond actually being a reboot rather than, a kind of a sequel series to the one that precedes
Yeah,
it.
the continuity
Yeah.
is very it's very like what I think is like each Bond had those adventures, but in like a smaller time frame. So it's like, oh, Pierce Brosnan experienced everything that happened before, but it's just in a condensed time window, like say, I don't know, 5-10 years or whatever. But
Oh
it's
yeah,
just sort of
because,
like,
I mean, it is
yeah.
very loose. I mean, because if you look at On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I mean, in the movies, Blofeld already met Bond after You Only Live Twice, and he's showing up in disguise with no glasses on, barefaced, and Blofeld doesn't seem to realise who he is. It's weird,
Yeah.
but yeah, because in the books, You Only Live Twice came after On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and
Of course.
Yeah.
so,
That's
so
the
yeah,
only issue.
That's the book where Bond kind of dies.
yeah. I like the fact that in the book it was more of a mystery as well. Like he was taking them on at sea, wasn't he? And apparently he was drowned. But I think it should have ended on there as well, because in the Man with the Golden Gun, it's like, it kind of just sort of like carries on from those events really after that.
Yeah. So it's a bit of a kind of a bizarre book, I think, Man with the Golden Gun. But it's
Yeah.
I mean, that was the last Fleming book, wasn't it? And like it was sort of incomplete, if I recall.
You're
And
absolutely right. It was incomplete.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and yeah, even Scaramanga's nowhere near as good as he is in the movie. He's
What do you
he's
mean by
kind of
it's
just another
incomplete?
two-dimensional gangster in a way. It's like, yeah, you see, I'm going to take out this motherfucker, you see, because he's being a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It's yeah, Christopher Lee changing into a bit more of a refined gent was a lot better, but
Yeah.
and I like how Moneypenny here is really is always covering for Bond as well, even though she's probably got. But I don't know if she seems to have a crush on Roger Moore Bond, because she seems more like a good friend to him. But
Yeah.
their only interaction that felt flirty was in Octopussy, when she had that new assistant, and she was like, she sighed as he walked past, and I was like, that's like the only sense of like flirty banter I got from them.
Yeah.
The rest was very much friendly terms. It's like, oh, we're just sort of old friends that may have had a thing in the Connery era, but besides that, it did feel like, yeah, we're just friends.
Yeah, they were friends in real life as well, though. Him and
they were.
Lois
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
they
I
were.
think she was
Very
in
good
the Saint with him on an episode.
She
as
was
well.
indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, so they've had a bit of history. And yeah, once again, he uses the magnet to be a bit of a kinky bastard. Also,
Sheer magnetism, darling. Sheer magnetism.
Sheer magnetism, darling.
But the guy who actually had the fishing line on the zip and pulled it down, that was kind of beneath it. It was a guy called Derek Cracknell, who was the first AD, and he was the guy that actually got me my ticket in the industry, union ticket. And he was a lovely, lovely, lovely man, very funny, very witty man, and fit perfectly in the role of first AD for this film.
Yeah, they had to do the thing a few times, though, didn't they? This scene where he had to pull the zip down.
Yeah, I bet they did.
It's like, oh, I'm sorry, Roger. I gotta do it again. Sorry.
Yeah.
Take 500. Sorry.
Hello, Leaf Keen. Welcome anyway. Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us. And if you do get a chance, if you haven't already, please subscribe to my guests. The channel should be in the description. If it isn't, I'll try and add it in later. And this soon we get a nice little introduction to who this mysterious woman is as well, and who is she? What's with the cards? And I love how the cards actually say 007 on them as well. It's a nice little. Yeah, and it took me a while. It was a long time before I even noticed that.
And can I also say the amount of detail they had in these films back then, considering how each film came out every 2 years or so, which is really impressive considering how the quality of it, even though it dipped slightly, it was really good for the most part.
Mhm. Yeah, damn true. Damn true.
Yeah, no, I think it
And
was,
also,
was
he
it
did
directed by the
Roger
same
Moore
guy who
did
did
Superfly.
Goldfinger?
Yes,
it was, yeah.
Guy Hamilton.
Yeah, Guy Hamilton, yeah.
Mm.
Obviously, Bond's in there, this really fucking awesome overcoat. I mean, he looks so fucking good in everything he wears, you know, in his suits, everything, man.
He's such a slim guy. Like he just fits everything, fits any all the suits he wears. Yeah, he just fits them so good.
But
Yeah,
I've got to be honest with you. He's the one Bond that I think if you got into a little bit of a fight with him, you know that you could actually take him.
Yeah.
I could easily take him.
Sad
yeah,
face.
yeah.
One
Like,
hand
he handles
behind
well in the
my
action,
back,
but
I
I always
could take him.
thought Sean Connery and Timothy Dalton and Daniel Craig were more convincing as the badass Bonds, while
Yeah.
Roger Moore was more convincing as a charmer. Same thing for Connery and Brosnan.
Yeah. Moore
No,
would
I think
disarm you with his
Brosnan
words.
has his badass moments though as well, especially with GoldenEye, which I think it's still his best film, still his best
Oh, yeah.
Bond film. hands down.
For sure. And it's my personal favorite Bond film.
Mm.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, directed by Martin Campbell, you know, one of the great stalwart British film directors, just a fantastic director.
Yeah,
Just
I watched
don't bring
this.
up Green Lantern.
Have you watched those footage of him just fucking losing his nerve whenever stuff was going wrong? He's like, I can't believe this fucking happening. I just loved it. I just loved it.
Hell yeah! When directors
He's obviously a
actually
guy who
care.
gets into his movies as well. I mean, I love the fact that he was always shouting, "Action!
Action!
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So yeah, and obviously he's on the phone to Leiter as well, telling him that he's on the way now, and they're keeping an eye on Kananga. And yeah, he's obviously a person of interest for them, and this is where we get this white pimp mobile coming up, and honestly, Bond is yeah, it's New York.
Appearance in the Moore films.
Yeah, and this is plus it's 1970s New York. I think Bond isn't really sussing anything yet.
I love looking at 70s New York. I mean, I'm a big fan of blaxploitation movies. I've got a ton of these blaxploitation movies that I just watch over and over again. And to look at 70s New York, it's just amazing. You know, if you watch
something about these something about rundown cities from yesteryear, something like that. Like just sketch, yeah.
I mean, Superfly is probably the one to watch if you really want to see 70s New York. It's a fantastic.
I feel like I haven't seen Superfly.
Oh, it's so good. It's
Good
so
film,
good.
yeah.
Down.
Yeah, no, the products of the time, aren't they? The blaxploitation.
They are.
I have a soft spot for them. I've only seen a couple, but yeah, I do like the Pam stuff though. I think she's.
Yeah. Coffee and
Foxy Brown.
Foxy Brown, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, they're good.
I feel like that. That sounds more familiar because I mean I haven't. It's been a while since I've seen any, but I know Black Dynamite.
yeah, Rudy Ray Moore.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've seen them, but it was definitely when I was a bit younger.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and watch that King Solomon you sent me as well tomorrow because I've got
Solomon King. Yeah. It's
got it
hilarious,
downloaded.
mate. Oh, good. You must
King.
watch it. It's so funny. It's such a brilliant film. I mean, it's it's worth a watch. But if there's one that I would recommend, if there's sorry for kind of straying off the subject slightly, but if there's one that I would recommend 100%, and it's a movie called Three the Hard Way. And it's with
you mentioned that,
Jim Brown, Jim Kelly, and Fred Williamson. It's kind of like the 1970s blaxploitation version of The Expendables. It's brilliant.
I feel like I might have seen this.
Oh, it's so good.
I looked it up, but oh man, but yeah, Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
Brilliant.
And, yeah, I like this. What's this? It's like a little dart as well that comes out the windscreen, and Yeah, you got to be a pretty good fucking aimer to have got him in the temple like that. That's,
Yeah.
we get a little bit of an intense little chase where, he's dead now, and now Bond has to fucking grab the wheel and fucking make sure he stop this out of control car from crashing, and you hear the Bond theme as well, and it's very like sort of funky black soul kind of
Yeah,
stuff, and I
yeah.
love it, man. It's like
So good.
a lot of fucking bass in that, a lot of bass guitar playing. Yeah, you're getting real crashes as well, and probably had to shut off the streets to get all this stuff organised as well. And I wonder if they went through a lot of cars just to get that right. They usually do that.
Yeah, they had a lot of stunt arrangers on this, didn't they? I think they had seven different stunt arrangers doing 7 different types of sort of performances. Sort of, it's pretty big for any film, let alone a Bond movie. Yeah,
That's pretty rad.
Uh-huh.
Did any of the Bonds do? I feel like did any of the early Bonds do their own stunts? Probably not. Like none of them are Daniel Craig.
No,
Dalton
no.
wanted to do a lot of stunts because if you see The Living Daylights, he hanged off top on the top of the Jeep in the opening sequence, and he really wanted to do the stunts. And then the stunt guys were like, "No, dude, calm down. We have stunt people. We know you want to do it, but please, like, we've got people to do it."
Didn't he do he did the stunt with the flying carpet stunt, didn't he, in Living Daylights? But
he did,
was
which
cut
was a
out.
deleted
Yeah, they
scene.
cut it out, didn't they? Because it looks
Yeah.
a bit too silly.
It was too Roger Moore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'd
think the
agree
original
with
script
that.
was tailored to Roger Moore a little bit, and and I think that's why Live and Let Die was a bit better because it seemed more tailored to Dalton than
You mean License to Kill?
Yeah, and speaking of License to Kill, I mean this is the same actor who plays Felix
David Hedison,
isn't it?
Yeah.
The best Felix, I think. Well, actually, the second best Felix. After
because it's weird because Jack Lord in the in Doctor No probably does feel more faithful to the original books, but I was like this. He's what's his name? This actor's name again? Desmond. Not Desmond.
David Hedison, you mean?
David Hedison. That's it. Yeah, he's. I was like how he plays Felix Leiter here. He actually does come across more like a CIA bureaucrat in a way a little bit.
Yeah.
And he's much more comical here as well. Like he's kind of the guy who has to sort out James Bond's mess whenever he gets himself into some scrapes. Like,
later on was great.
Diplomatically.
I always found it weird that Felix only appeared in this Roger Moore film, considering how with Moonraker he has to work with a CIA agent, and I'm like, okay, that's a woman, but like, why do they mistrust each other? Shouldn't like she just call Felix like, hey, your old friend Bond's here.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, and obviously I love the fact that they're keeping some kind of surveillance on Kananga here, but he's already like 10 steps ahead of him as well. He just plays this like tape where he's just yelling a lot of bullshit about how we're all oppressed and that the government needs to understand, blah blah blah. And then we get Jane Seymour in this.
God damn, man.
Yeah, she is pretty gorgeous.
Yeah, I think she literally just finished a TV series. We had this TV series over here called The Oneida Line with Peter Gilmore, and it was basically all about a family shipping line in the 1800s.
Random.
And so she was chosen. She was cast straight off the back of that. And I think Yaphet Kotto had literally, I think about 2 weeks before, just walked off of just finished shooting across 110th Street.
Crazy.
Yeah,
but she is gorgeous. Oh no, the voodoo shop.
Yeah, she's all right in this, and she's good in this as well. And she's different to the book as well, because in the book she actually is trying to use Bond as a way to escape Mr. Big, and but here she's kind of okay to go along with it.
She's straight swooned.
Sorry, Craig.
I see she's straight swooned. Like that first interaction with them, she's just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But she's black, isn't she, in the book?
I can't remember now. Was she?
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she
It's
is.
been a while since I read it, though. It's
Yeah,
yeah.
because I couldn't remember, and then I reread it, and I thought, yeah, she
It
is
would make
black because
sense. I mean, it would make complete
Wait
sense
a
for her to be
minute.
black
This
since
isn't
she's
Jane
doing all this
Seymour.
Ted stuff.
Yeah, I think they originally was going to have Diana Ross play her as well, but I think because there were some countries that were banning films that had interracial relationships, they decided to go, all right, we'll have Jane Seymour so I can get more marketing.
Mm.
yeah, I mean personally, I mean as much as I love Jane Seymour in this, I do think, personally, in my opinion, I think it would have worked far better
It would have
she
made more
was
sense, really,
African
but
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. It just
Yeah.
it felt weird. Because I like Jane Seymour in this. I think she does a fantastic job. But
Mm.
it did feel weird that Bond has a relationship with, I don't know, a white woman. Considering it would have been
Yeah,
very,
yeah,
dare I say, progressive to have James
Yeah.
Bond have a relationship with a black woman.
yeah.
I mean,
like-
he kind of
What,
does.
wouldn't it be
He
till
definitely-
Die
he
Another Day
definitely
where he
gives
actually
it.
does have a black woman as the lead Bond girl?
Yeah, James Bond does have a relationship. Well, a brief one with a woman in this, but it's
Yeah.
very short-lived.
Yeah,
But
Gloria
he's-
Hendry, I think
he's-
her name is.
He definitely made it to the end of the line with her, though. I mean, I think that Rosie, was it? Yeah, Rosie. I think she's way. I mean, so fine. It was like I think Halle Berry was probably like looking at her when she was
Yeah.
getting set up for Die Another Day. Like I wouldn't put it
Yeah,
past
Gloria
her.
Hendry was
Yeah,
fit as
yeah.
fuck, man. She was like
Yeah.
really toned up, man. She was damn.
Yeah, she's cool. I forgot how good she looked when I was watching this. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of people find the character annoying, but hey, at least she looks good in a bikini. So yeah,
I'm like, look, she looks good. She's annoying as shit. She's like a typical Valley girl. I'll accept
But
it.
at least it makes sense why she's annoying. She's not even an actual agent, but we'll get to it later. But
yeah, she's
Yeah.
kind of just a lackey,
It kinda
isn't
makes
she? Who's
sense.
in
Yeah,
over
yeah,
her head and pays the
Yeah.
price for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hallie is my favourite berry as well, Mr. E. So yeah, and the tracks. So now it's tracked. So now they found out where the White Pimp Mobile is registered. So yeah, a voodoo shop, and now James Bond's definitely sticking out like a sore thumb here. He's got all this, there's all these skulls about and everything, and these charms and all these like jewelry,
Mm.
and he's trying to.
I love that line.
Just browsing, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't tell me there's a part of you that didn't want to walk into a shop and do like just raise your eyebrow and go, just browsing, thank you.
Can't raise my eyebrows. I'm so sad about that because I can't do my more.
Yeah. And obviously, he recognises Mr. Big from the car as well, so he's got to follow him. So he just tries to keep her distracted so he can sneak into whatever secret place he can find. And yeah, damn, another shot of her in a nice little nightie. Gotta love that.
Mm.
And she still looks good for a woman in her 70s. She still looks good. And Teehee, yeah, love Teehee. I love Teehee.
You know, I feel like he is the black version of Oddjob.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. I'd say that.
Like
Yeah.
when they set his character up, they definitely were like, we need a good henchman that's got something metal.
Yeah. But I think, but he's a really good actor as well.
Yeah, he's obviously,
Yeah,
he's obviously having fun as well.
I
Yeah,
do think
yeah.
that Tiki is. I don't want to say he's better than Oddjob, but he has a bit more of a personality because
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
makes quips and jokes. Whereas Oddjob was just a stone cold, I'm a
Yeah.
silent guy. And then
Yeah,
there's
well,
Jaws, who what is that
Was
template?
the height of Oddjob's dialogue is aha. And that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, Oddjob just smiles though, doesn't he? That's it. It's,
Uh-huh.
Shit.
Actually,
Yeah.
he does have a line in Goldfinger when one of the guards wants to disarm the bomb. It's dubbed like 80H,
Yeah. ADR.
over, but it's ADR. That's right. And then I was just sort of like, he spoke.
Dang, I don't even remember. I feel like I don't remember him speaking. Definitely don't remember him speaking. That's awesome.
Yeah, cut back to Bond, and he seems to have found out what killed his driver, but now he has to hide as well because while that tape recording was going on, they've all changed into their other clothes now, and they're vacating the place, so now he has to follow them. And yeah, and it's another good little example as well that shows that Kananga really has got his fingers in a lot of pies here in this city. He's got like people all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And I love this little setup as well, where we think he's another one of his cronies as well as tracking Bond down.
Because they actually did have problems, didn't they, in New York, with the shooting, and I think they were kind of being held to ransom, by sort of local hoods.
Oh,
so
no shit.
you can't park your car there, and if you want to start filming here, and it was like just the local sort of Harlem hoods that were trying to sort of score a few bucks off of them. But then there was I think there was one moment where he's Roger Moore's kind of driving off in the car, and I think they were out of radio contact, and he was stopped by the police. So he'd driven around the corner, so he was pulled over by the cops, and they got him out of the car, and they were searching him and everything, and he said, "Yeah, I'm doing a movie." And, they're like, yeah, sure you are. The cameras are just around the corner. So who are you playing in this? Who are you playing in this movie? Bond, James Bond. Hilarious, absolutely hilarious.
God.
And of course, I think one of the camera crew had to kind of drive around and save him, and they said, "Yeah, he's James Bond. We're doing a movie."
Yeah, that must have been a bastard as well, especially when you're trying to keep things under wraps so the public doesn't get to avoid any leaks as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if that cop watched the movie. It's like, I arrested that guy.
Yeah. I'd love to think that. Yeah, I love this taxi driver as well. I don't know who this actor is, but
yeah.
This is the best scene in the whole movie.
Yeah.
Even the little guys get some very memorable moments, and I love it. It's
man. There's $20 in it for you, man. I'll take you to a Ku Klux Klan cookout for $20. When I was watching it, I was like, "Oh, you did say that. That's awesome."
That fucking smile as well. That smile.
Oh man, and those chops too. His chops are ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like they go right to the corner of his mouth as well. It's
but I feel like that's gotta be weird. Like if you were to have that, you just put your tongue out and you just feel like little puff balls on the side of your lip. Like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a tribute to Fred Williamson. Right? Jim Kelly right there.
Oh yeah,
with his chops. Yeah.
True. He has them too. Shit.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Ooh.
Look at this as well. Look at this location. I mean, this is not a typical James Bond film where it's very exotic and tropical. This is really run down as well. Black areas.
Yeah.
And man, look how
I remember seeing this because I was definitely like at least 13. I was like 12 maybe, and I just remember seeing it, and just after seeing all the Sean Connery ones, I was just like, wow, like this feels like almost like not a Bond movie. It just feels like it's just a good action. Like it's not much action at this point, but it feels like just a good, tense, action or tense adventurous movie of just this man going through, and you're wondering like, is he gonna get jumped? Is he gonna get shot at? Like, where's the drive-by? Like, what's going on?
But it's good because we have the kind of I wouldn't say standard spy movies with the Connery movies, but we know what to expect. Then all of a sudden, they had their kind of formula, the Bond formula, and then all of a sudden we've got this, which is it's completely different to anything, any Bond movie or any spy movie that has gone before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll say this:
I felt like anything was going to happen. You didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah,
because with On Her Majesty's Secret Service and the first two Moore films, it did feel very different compared to the Connery films. Whereas Connery had, a set formula. On Her Majesty's Secret Service had a love interest that Bond married. In this film, it was very much, a blaxploitation film. In the next film, it was
They're in America. Yeah, just Americans.
yeah.
Yeah.
In Man with a Golden Gun, it was very. I don't know how to explain the Man with the Golden Gun. That's the film. I'm like, well, it's certainly a Bangkok type film.
Yeah, I think he was trying to cash in a little bit on the insurgent
Kung Fu
era.
martial arts thing
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Rich man with a rich looking gun.
But yeah, and it is very. I mean, it's very different. I think this might have been when they started thinking, oh, let's just have James Bond have different sort of styles that match what's
The trend.
Yeah, what's trendy. Yeah, like you said earlier, when Moonraker was sort of like cashing in a little bit on the success of Star Wars, and
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I didn't even really think of that. That's
No.
that's true.
then we come to the Filet of Soul in the New York branch, anyway, the New York version. And obviously, everyone's just looking at him like, who the fuck is this white boy doing
See,
it?
again, I will say, I remember watching this, like thinking that I don't think Sean Connery could have played off how smooth Roger Moore is in this. Like,
Yeah,
Roger, he just kind of
Yeah.
walks in like, I don't give a shit. Look at this. Whereas Sean Connery, I feel like his Bond would have walked inside and like sat down and like just gave everyone the death stare.
Yeah,
you know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Roger Moore has such class. He's just like, oh nah, I'm fine. What are you talking about? Like, so you
Yeah, I
can't
always
do
love
that.
that. I always
Like
love the fact that Sean Connery was this rough working class Scotsman, and he could be very convincingly charming. Well, Roger Moore didn't really need to do all that because he already was kind of a very refined, classy gentleman in real life.
Yeah.
But they were good friends as well, him and Connery, though. I mean,
They were, yeah.
you know what I mean?
They were.
Yeah. Even with Never Say Never Again coming around the same time as Octopus, there never seemed to be any animosity between those two.
But I like the what's it the scene this scene in the video. So when he asks for the drink and he says, you know, I'll have a bourbon.
Yeah,
He says,
it's going to be different, didn't it?
and
To
he
Sean
says,
Connery.
without ice. And the guy turns around and says, man, that'll be extra.
Yeah.
That'll be extra without ice.
He's getting ripped off already.
Oh
And
my
it's
God,
not,
that's
that's not the worst as well. I mean, it's not enough to charge him extra for not having ice. It's this scene coming up where he tries to give him money for information, and not only does he take the money while the fucking turn the wall around, but he nicks his fucking bourbon as well. It's
Drink guy just downs it.
God damn! Look at the price of food, like 35 cents. Damn.
Right? Oh my god, shrimp was
Wow.
50 because it was a bit better.
Pizza was a pizza roll or something? 40 cents? Damn.
damn fucking hell. Yeah, inflation's gotten really out of hand.
Well, considering we have full-on pizza shops where you spend $15 to $30 on a pizza the size of your hand.
Oh Christ, yeah. Fucking hell, we are fucked. But anyway, moving on.
Mr. Big. Oh,
What's
wait,
this
real
thing?
quick. One of my favorite blaxploitation films that now that I'm remembering is I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. And it reminds me of the Mr.
Yeah.
Big, the white.
Yeah,
the
that
white
was a
Mr. Big.
funny film. Yeah, Mr. Biggs is fucking what's his name? John Vernon from Point Blank.
Mm.
Yeah, also played Rupert Thorne in Batman the Animated Series. So yeah, pretty fucking awesome
Oh,
trivia
shit.
there. Yeah.
That's cool.
And obviously you see Solitaire as well, and yeah, he lays on his little charm as well. And I think it's the first time you hear him say, "My name is Bond, James Bond."
Yeah.
And,
Yep.
It's such a great way he delivers
Yeah.
it. There's a brief pause, and it's
Yeah,
just
he looks
it's
around.
really great.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and she lets him know. Yeah, and she obviously lets him know that she already knows who he is as well, and that he's kind of gotten himself into deep shit. And
I just love that he doesn't. I just love his no care attitude. Like he just doesn't. That's what I say. Like I feel like Sean Connery would have. Yeah, he would have had that presence of like I'm ready for anything to happen. You know, whereas Roger Moore is just like, yeah, I'm here.
he's trying not to show no fear as well, because
Yeah.
he knows if he shows fear, then he's done for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we see Yaphet Kotto as Mr. Big, and And I think I'm pretty sure audiences probably
Kill
sussed
the
that
honky.
was the same actor playing him.
Yeah, it's so unconvincing.
Yeah, it looks like he's had way too much surgery to instead of just a real convincing mask.
I like how he says it though. Just go ahead and kill this honky.
Waste him. Is that a good thing?
Yeah, I know. And obviously, he picks a card as well, like, and now it's saying the lovers as well.
Oh my gosh! And then
And
she's
and
like,
it kind of,
immediately wet.
yeah, and it kind of takes Solitaire out of her comfort zone a little bit as well. And I just missed out the shot as well where he takes his gun and just fucking mangles it. But I think I got a clip anyway.
Oh yeah. So that's right. That does happen first. Yeah. Because I'm like, I didn't think he had a gun, but yeah, he takes it and he just bends it over.
Yeah, I probably might get flagged for it, but fucking hell, I got to show it. So.
I feel like they needed the Seinfeld, the bass line. Like they bend it and boom, 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 boom.
Dum, dum, dum.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
Yeah, and he's very casual about it as well, and he's like he just dumps it in the bin as well, and
He just throws it away. Like, well, don't need this anymore.
yeah. But I always like how these old Bonds they know they're endangered yet still try and play it cool as well because it's like they're trying to because that's what Bond is. He adapts to his situation. He always has to try and use his wits, and I always love that. He's disarmed and he's got no weapons or any such, so he has to resort to other measures.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, come on! Oh god, this has got to be the worst fucking rundown back alley ever. Look at that. That's. I wonder if this area has changed in the last 50 years.
That looks like a bloody 1939 Warsaw.
Yeah, it's just proper slums as well. And you know what? We've got slums in Hull like that as well. It's just the buildings are a little bit more shitter here.
See, like I remember when I was young and when I was watching this in this scene, I really thought he was gonna die. Like I mean, I knew he wasn't, but again, it was that wonder of like what's gonna happen with all these characters. But I really thought that they were gonna like shoot him or like injure him badly to where he would have to fight, get like scuffed up. But they're just like keep walking, bruh.
Yeah, keep your hands up, honky.
Yeah,
was that really necessary? I can't be a British agent. I have to be a honky too.
He's like, I'm not even white. I'm British.
But obviously, he uses his environment to his advantage. He sees one of the it's one of those fire exits in it that the New York apartments have, and he knocks them out. And then it looks like someone's caught him, and he could be fucked. But it turns out this guy's actually a guy called Struthers who works for Felix Leiter, and Bond's safe now. So, I love he's a bit sarcastic as well, and it's like. Not exactly a clever disguise you're wearing around here, is it?
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. So what's his name?
Struthers, that's it. Yeah, it's fucking Struthers. Yeah.
Super random.
I got to say though, Yaphet Kotto for me actually has the best line. Names is for tombstones, baby.
Yeah,
you're right. I love how he changes personalities as well when he's Mr. Big and Kananga. Like he's a bit more stern and stoic and very much more composed and a bit more uptight as Kananga. But when he's like Mr. Big, he's really bad tempered and aggressive and he's really mean guy.
But you do see Kananga lose his cool a bit later on, which is a great scene.
Yeah, I think that's right after he starts to realise that Solitaire has been compromised, and he does start. His personality changes a bit more. He becomes more aggressive. Then he starts becoming a bit more. He starts to loosen up a bit more as well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's a little bit of a facade, though, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. He smiles more at the end, doesn't he? It's like.
I feel like he probably had like in the character of Kananga, like when he was younger. I feel like he was probably around that a lot. Like he maybe diplomat and shit now, but when he was younger, I feel like he was definitely probably around more of the hood and more, gangsters and just people that were like that, or maybe even his parents were like that, his father or something. So he can do it so well, but then in reality, he's just like, I'm actually not like that, and I never wanted to be, but I can do that to make other people respect me or fear me, because if they saw him as he was, they probably wouldn't, really think that he's that menacing of a villain. I think that's what a lot of people were some of the reception, the people that reviewed it and all that, they were saying that he just wasn't convincing and like evil enough. But I mean,
I like him as a villain, though. I think.
Oh my god, yeah, he's great. I love him.
He's
I
fantastic.
like him. Yeah, definitely gave Bond a run for his money. Almost.
Yeah. I mean, he's such an imposing character, though, isn't he? I think he's something like 6'6" or something. He's a big guy. He was a big guy, and one of my favorite actors. Literally one of my all-time favorite actors. I loved him, and he was somebody that I would have loved to work with.
Yeah, I don't think I really remember him from anything else.
He's in it. I know he was in Aliens and Midnight Run as well. He's very good in that film.
Yeah,
I think he was going to be. He was cast as Picard in Next Generation, which
wow.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was between him and Patrick Stewart. However, I think Yaphet had to pull out. So if I recall, we could have had our first black captain after Kirk.
I think I would have been okay with that.
Yeah. I'd love to have seen him as some kind of Star Trek captain as well. But I mean, but then again, we ended up getting James Avery for Deep Space Nine, and I've not watched Deep Space Nine yet, but I've heard James Avery's really fucking
fantastic
good
in it. Oh my lord!
Yeah, like he's a much more darker captain compared to Picard and Kirk, from what I'm hearing as well. And
because there are a lot of people that prefer Sisko over Kirk and Picard, and I can't see any fault in that.
Yeah, because he's a very good actor as well, James Avery, and he seems like one of the few actors who's really fucking got his head screwed on as well.
Well, I mean, he's a teacher. So after you don't really hear about him much, because he's pretty much like, okay, I did my acting thing. Now I'm going back to teaching.
That's cool. Respect. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay, I looked up real quick. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I never seen. I don't think I've seen Deep Space Nine. Might have seen like an episode or two, but I recognize
very good in American History X as well, which Tony Kaye has directed, by the way.
That's the one with Edward Norton, right?
Yeah, great film. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I need to rewatch it again. It's fucking brilliant. And now we've got James Bond, and he's starting to wonder, all right, what's the connection between a two-bit diplomat called Kananga, who's definitely a small-time politician kind of guy, and why is he hanging out with this sort of like low-level, like drug dealers kind of pimp cat sort of arsehole? They got to find out, and obviously they get back in touch with Felix Leiter through a fucking lighter, which is definitely
illuminating.
Genuine Felix Leiter. So now he knows he's leaving for San Monique within the hour. So now he's got to go to San Monique now, and this is where we come across Baron Samedi, and he doesn't say much, but he's very memorable. He's mostly in the background a lot more, but when he does pop up and do something, he's always great.
I remember thinking that he was Mr. Big. Like I thought that when I first saw it, I thought that he was gonna have way more to do with, and he didn't. But I really thought he was actually like more or less Mr. Big, or that there would be like multiple Bigs.
I wish we got more of him.
I wish
we got more of the henchman.
He just mainly laughs. He's just like, but it's such a good laugh though.
So great.
Yeah, he's more. I think he was more of a dancer than an actor, but he fucking sells the shit out of it, though. He really does.
Yeah.
I guess we know where Disney got the idea for what was that movie with the black chick that became an alligator or something, or a frog?
Oh, Princess.
Yeah. Now I know where they got the idea of that.
Yeah. The Keith David character. I know what you mean now. Keith David's fucking great on that. And this is. I think this is like foreshadowing a little bit at the end as well, because Yeah, it looks very similar.
Mhm.
Obviously, Bond
But that
checks
chick
in.
looked like she wanted to be sacrificed. The black
Yeah,
chick
she
was just
does.
like, "Oh," like she was loving it. Like it's just. Oh,
Yeah, and
Mrs. Bond. Mrs. Bond is waiting for you, Mrs. Bond.
yeah, I know. And he's like real surprised as well, and so obviously he's a little bit suspicious. So
I mean, for being a suspicious man, he sure as hell got comfortable as shit.
oh yeah, and this is one thing I missed as well a few times until I watched this again, like the guns in the holster here as well. So yeah, he's got to keep an eye out for that. He's checking everything, making sure everything's bugged. And I missed this in the old Bond from the old Bond movies. We don't
It's
see
a
that in
classic
the new
Connery
ones.
thing.
Yeah, we don't see James Bond going around hotel rooms making sure there's no fucking bugs or wires around anymore.
Mm.
It's very sad. Obviously, as far as one, this one's actually, this one's not very well hidden. You can see the fucking the mic there. It is.
Mhm. I like how he finds the one in the bed though. I would never have thought like that.
Yeah,
one.
that's one of the better, but more hidden wires. And obviously, it's sliced Bond, and when you watch this, you're kind of wondering, okay, what's this little tapping thing all about? Who's he sending that to? It's like, but then you find out later, and then comes another fucking snake. I mean, there seems to be a lot of snakes in this movie. And I read up a little bit about this as well because they shot this in an unheated flat in London. The
That's
snake was a
right.
lot more sluggish. If it was at the
Mm.
right temperature, the snake would have been a lot faster.
Oh wow. Good to know.
Yeah. Once again,
I do think it adds to the suspense, though.
Yeah.
It being slower, it just it's like, oh, okay, it's slowly creeping in. Because if it was fast, it'd be like, okay, yeah, kind of expected it to move like that.
Mm.
Yeah, plus you didn't have Google backlinks, so people wouldn't have known that anyway. They still would have thought, oh, this is how the snake moves anyway. Yeah.
I mean, they thought a tarantula in Doctor No was a scary thing, so
Yeah.
Wow, to be
Yeah,
fair,
tarantulas aren't very poisonous though, are they?
I am terrified of spiders. I don't care if it moves slow or fast.
that's fair.
I love snakes though.
Yeah, that man snakes. Yeah. Here comes Whisper as well, pretending to be the waiter, and he obviously steals his fucking gun.
I love that his name. I love that his name is Whisper, and his voice is just like champagne.
Yeah.
Do you want some champagne? Oh shit!
Yeah, I can't remember if he was in the book as well, and he had some kind of like accident that rendered his vocal cords a little bit useless. But I might be getting mixed up with something else here.
I think he was, but it was different character name, I think.
Yeah, because like I said, the books always are a little bit more loose. So I think, there's very rarely have they been incredibly faithful. Like From Russia with Love on the Majesty's Secret Service was a lot more faithful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love this bit where Roger Moore sees it and he uses his fucking shaves a flamethrower, and then he goes back to just spraying his face and putting it on, and just walks off casually as well. This is another thing that's different from Connery as well. The cigar. Roger Moore uses a cigar, while Connery would use like these very fancy cigarettes.
Because Moore wasn't much of a smoker, if I recall.
He did smoke cigars. He was a big cigar smoker.
He wasn't a cigarette smoker.
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't it the same? I mean, I guess cigars are more for flavor and
Yeah, I mean, because he actually had some cigars smuggled in from Cuba when they did the stuff on the bayou.
But yeah, I think I remember reading that in the was it in the 007 diaries when he said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember in that as well. And he obviously sees his gun is now missing, and someone's coming in. And I think this was this hand was painted over because I don't know, because it didn't look like an actual black person's hand as well, because there seemed to be some kind of makeup on it as well to stop them from getting hurt when he put the cigar out on them. So I'm guessing it was a stunt person's hand as well, and they coloured it a little bit. And I would not be surprised if this was actually a very skinny bloke that was thrown onto the bed and then the cut away, and then there's the actual actress.
I love that.
Yeah.
I remember when I saw this again, I laughed when her wig fell off. That's like a
Yeah.
totally a
Yeah.
black thing. But like I was like, oh man. It was like, oh sorry, love. Like your head, you seem to have dropped your head there.
Yeah, I may be ignorant though. Is this because she's an agent or something and she's trying to keep undercover, or what? Did black women with short actually do this in the 70s? Like, where these
I think
afros?
I think it's part of the time because she definitely
Yeah.
looks like fine, but I mean, she doesn't have any other hairstyle throughout the movie. I mean, if she had braids or if she had short, like straight hair, if she had anything other than the afro wig, maybe it would have made more sense as her character just disguising herself. But I think it was just going with the times of like, yeah, women wore wigs. That was just what it was. That was
Yeah, the funny thing is, I mean,
that's the same
I
time
can
black
kind of
people
I can testify to that because I mean I can remember see because I'm older than you guys, I can remember this particular period of time, and a lot of women did wear wigs. You know,
Mm,
um,
mhm.
yeah, it's bizarre. You know, instead of changing your hairstyle, you know, you'd just grab a wig, put your hair up, and put the thing
Go
on.
on about it. Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm
guess it
gonna
was a
get
little
your
bit
sucker
quicker
when
as
she
well
takes
just to
off.
wear a wig.
What was it? I'm gonna get your sucker when she takes off her wig and then she takes off her
Yeah,
egg.
she
She
takes off
takes off her
everything.
tits. Oh man, it's so
Yeah, it's
good.
just everything. Not one part of her is fucking
Oh,
real. And there's like, yeah, that's
oh
women
my
today.
god.
That's women today for you.
Yeah, for real. Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
yeah. If this was made today, it would be
Yeah.
like the Crying Game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and
Oh.
obviously she introduces herself, Rosie Carver, and yeah, he blocks all the wires, and she's obviously lying that she's a CIA agent, and Bond probably is a little bit suspicious as well, but he's he's being right, he's being nice for now. And I
Mhm.
love this line as well. You're my second mission. My first one was Baines, the agent who was killed, and the fucking quip he pulls as well. It's funny. So we leave it on next in line of the same candidate.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
He was
and
definitely getting that jungle fever.
yeah, she's a gorgeous woman though. Bloody hell, I mean,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
way she's fucking built as well. I mean, if you went into black women before this, then she probably would have turned you straight on after that.
Yep, no, yep, very true, very true. She returned me onto it actually after watching it. I was like, oh man, maybe I'll try for a black woman again. It got kind of wild after all the BLM stuff. I was like, I can't be hanging out with that many. I have a few black friends, but I can't be hanging out with black women because they're gonna expect too much of me. You're telling me you don't want to go blow up police cars? No, I don't want to fucking go blow up police cars.
She does look great though. She looks amazing.
Gosh,
What a great shot.
Yeah, beautiful
super
woman. I
muscle,
mean,
like just that leanness is just insane.
Yeah.
but has she been in anything else though? I mean, I'm pretty sure she's probably got in some other stuff though.
She probably played like side characters here and there. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I think I might have seen shots of her when she was from another blaxploitation movie, but I can't be sure what the title was though. But I do like. I love the line he says as well. Like, oh, the snake I forgot you. She's never going there without a mongoose. I mean, she's losing her shit as well, and he's just fucking taking the piss. He's kind of a bastard. What's that line as well? Yeah, she's going to be totally useless, but I'm sure we'll be able to lick you into shape.
Yeah, I was watching it. I was like, he did say that. He literally. Yep, he said he's gonna lick her into shape. Okay, all right, Bond, you smooth son of a bitch.
I mean, they definitely the Roger Moore era definitely had let's just say the ruder lines, didn't they?
Oh yeah.
They really had some pretty sort of near the bone kind of lines. You
I
know?
guess
I mean,
now that
that's
we know
a
about Sean
classic.
Connery, he couldn't say such rude lines because he probably would act on them off camera.
I think
I mean,
the closest they really got to kind of a rude line in was in Diamonds Are Forever, wasn't it? Where Plenty turns up and he says, she says, "Oh, I'm Plenty," And he says, "Of
For
course you
sure.
are." She says, "Plenty o' two." He goes, "Named after your
father,
father,
Bob.
pal."
Yeah. There's
There was a
another
line.
one in Diamonds as well where Miss Case is like changing wigs and is like,
I hope the collars and cuffs match.
Yeah, that one as well. Too.
Yeah.
There was a line in one of the video games. I think it's Everything or Nothing, where he kisses the girl and then she's like, "What's that? What's that?" And he says, and Pierce Brosnan goes, "Call it a hint for bigger things to come."
Damn, I remember
like
playing
the,
Everything or Nothing. That was a great game.
I like the one in Moonraker. The end of Moonraker, and it's 007. What on earth do you think you're doing?
Oh,
I
yes.
think he's attempting
British end up,
re-entry,
sir.
sir. I think he's attempting
That's a good
re-entry,
one.
sir. Yeah, re-entry.
I love the Spy Who Loved Me one as well. 007.
Keeping the
What are you doing? Yeah.
Yeah, I like the fact that Bond looks like he's not going to get lucky as well here until she runs in screaming, seeing that fucking hat. And what did he say? It just belonged to a very small-headed man who lost a fight with a chicken. And she's obviously superstitious about this as well. And what does he do? He just throws it near her, and she's like, "He's a bastard.
Oh,
He's an asshole."
don't leave me. I was like, "Oh, princess." Oh shit.
Yeah, obviously he's worried, but she knows where Baines was killed, and obviously it might lead to a close. So yeah, he's gonna play nice for a while, but now he gets this as well, the Queen of Cups, and he's like wondering, all right, why's he got this? I mean, and this really confused me. Who sent him that? I mean, it can't have been Kananga as well, giving the things away, because I mean that would have caused more problems, wouldn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, I'm still wondering who actually sent him that bloody card as well. Because
I mean, the only one I could think of is
Whisper.
literally Solitaire, but even then, I'm like, I don't know, why would she?
Why?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, and I wouldn't say Felix as well because you know, I don't think he's knowledgeable about the tarot card stuff yet, is he?
No, if anything, Felix would be like an agent. We didn't send anyone down there with you, but no, it's just this. It's a bit of a plot hole, but I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what the plot hole for me is that outfit that Roger's wearing right now. That was like, I remember when I first saw it, I was like, is he wearing like a low cut? What is he wearing? Why? What?
Yeah, because people had the trousers pulled up a bit more higher back then as well. So yeah,
it's just so odd. Like it's like, I feel like a lot of men would dress that way today, but for other reasons.
Yeah, he's definitely rocking the denim stuff there, isn't he?
Yeah, it's funny that that outfit that he's wearing there right now. When that turned up, it came over from London, and of course he had all of the costumes and everything in his hotel room. And he said to the wardrobe guy, he said, "That's just not going to fit me." So it's like 6 sizes too big. He said, "Oh, don't worry, we'll put it on a long boil wash. It should shrink down to your size."
It definitely did.
And it did.
Yeah, because I think the mods used to do that as well with Levi's, didn't they? Just sit in some cold water and let the jeans shrink to fit them properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's just giving them the location, but they need to fucking get there by boat. And this is where we meet Quoll Jr., who in the book was the original Quoll, because Live and Let Die is the second book, and this was the first time we're meeting Quoll. And Dr. No was the 6th book, and he dies in that. Well, the first Bond film, Quoll dies. It's so they've had to sort of write round it and say, "Oh, it's Quoll's son here." Yeah, no,
wow.
Yeah.
I just read the comments that production had to pay the Black Panther.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, fucking hell, that is really crazy as well. 10K as well. That must have really set them back almost a little bit there as well back then.
Damn. I don't know if you guys have heard that Michael Jackson song. No One Really Cares About Us. It's one of the last ones he did. Apparently, the city that he did that in, it was a similar situation, but the gangster, whoever ran that area, liked Michael Jackson so much that he let him just do the music video, no problem. But if it was anyone else, it would have been probably a situation like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, and this is where she starts to suspect that is someone out to kill Bond, but obviously it turns out to be Qualla Jr. as well, and Bond.
And then I noticed, I did notice on this scene though, he totally grabs her ass. I'm pretty sure he does.
So we've got a shot of it.
The way
Yeah.
she's standing, it's like, oh man, Roger.
Yeah,
God,
damn, she looks good in that fucking bikini, Lord. Jesus
God,
Christ.
so
Yeah.
good.
And yeah, I could have shot you. You might have killed me if you'd have taken the safety catch off. And it's like, yes, she can't seem to catch a break. But anytime she looks like she's trying to come across a little bit competent, she's like, yeah, there's something else that comes along.
Mm-hmm. Oh gosh, yeah, she looks so good.
And this is where he finds out. Yeah, he finds out this is where Solitaire lives as well. So isn't that? Yeah, and she's reading the tarot cards, and Kananga's listening in. And yeah, it's obviously Rosie is working for him, and this is where she gets the lover's card again. So now she has to fucking. I know. So now she's. I mean, because she's been more than happy to go along with Kananga and his schemes as well, because but now it's looking like she's compromised as well, and she's a little bit more worried that that the people she's siding with might not be a good thing at all. So she has to lie and say, "Is it death?" Yes. Obviously, she contradicts herself as well to Bane's dad, and obviously Bond he already knows he's already 10 steps ahead of her now. He's got that tarot card. He's found out what it means. So he decides, yeah, let's go somewhere and shag for a bit until us.
Man's got priorities.
Right?
Yeah.
It's awesome. So awesome. I mean, you gotta give Roger Moore some credit. He probably was like, "This is fantastic." Can we take this take one more, darling? Can we do it one more time?
Yeah, no, yeah, he does. He kind of gets into like this false sense of security, doesn't he? Before revealing that he knows that she's a liar, and yeah, obviously she's in a bad situation now because she's
you wouldn't kill me after what we just did. He's like, "Well, I would have killed you before."
I certainly would have killed you before. Yeah, it's like, Christ. Yeah, he's a spy. But yeah, he's a spy. Sometimes you got to be a dickhead in this in that kind of business. It's that's the kind of character he is. But then she spots these scarecrows, and Bond just thinks it's just some stupid little thing. He just passes off as nothing. But she knows that Kananga is watching her, and he's going to kill her unless she gets away now.
I like that little throwaway line that they do use, where he's like, "Oh, Rosie's working out better than I expected," and you're just like, "Oh, damn."
One thing that got me is the one thing that got me is like these scarecrows have guns, have bullets. I mean, is it just a single bullet shot thing as well?
I'm assuming so,
probably like
considering
3 or
how
4.
they don't kill Bond.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That is true. You would think that they just kill them both.
Yeah, obviously they kill her because they know that she would obviously break and would tell him every single thing that she knows. So she's a liability, so she has to die.
Why don't they just make her run and then kill Bond if that's the case? Because she lied and said it's death, so why not just kill him instead of kill the running away girl?
I know, and they could have killed her later. I mean, she's still a loose end, and she almost came close to snitching on him.
Yeah, exactly.
But obviously, Kananga's pissed off because it hasn't gone the way he explained as well, and she's really trying to sort of like sort of make excuses as well, and she's making some very good logical excuses to, like, he wasn't specific enough with what he wanted to hear, and
I will say it's pretty funny considering I said you will explain what's wrong. You said death. It's like maybe you should have put 2 bullets in the scarecrow instead of 1.
Yeah, you fucked up, Kananga. Yeah, Kananga, you fucked up. You really did. But you do get a bit more of a dark backstory between them as well. Bond's, and I was wondering what is Bond doing hanging out there for ages, and it turns out, he's looking over the Solitaire house. He's waiting for Kananga to leave, isn't he?
It reminds me of when I was watching this. It made me think of Little Nelly. What is that? The ship from
Yeah.
Is he
Yeah.
or Vito kill? Or I
No,
forget.
you only live
Yeah.
twice, innit? It was the little
Yeah.
portable helicopter.
So
Yeah, I
cool.
love that as well. He's just sat there hovering with this fucking cigar in his mouth and his little ascot around his soul. It's sure class. But obviously, the relationship is starting to break away a little bit here as well. They've been very good. They've been very good together, but this little misunderstanding is starting to cause a bit of a rift, and Kananga is starting to realise she might not be as much use for him as well. But it gives a little bit of a backstory as well towards them, as like he finds out that her mother was wet for him as well, and that as soon as she became useless, he disposed of her, and willing to do the same. And it's it's kind of fucking sick. This as well is like
I was about to say, yeah, it's almost kind of toxic because it's like all of a sudden she's just like nothing's happened. He has no reason not to trust her, but he's just like, oh, you know, I killed your mom, and it's just like, damn,
I know.
like,
And then
You
he
wanted
even
me to
said that, you know,
trust
when I have
you.
no use to you, I will take away your abilities, meaning that he will sleep with her.
Yeah, like he's
Which
he's
is
been
funny
away.
because then
Like,
later he even tells her like, "Oh, I would have given you love when the time was
Yeah.
right," and it's like, wait,
so he's
you mean
kind of
that
got
you
he's got
waited
this
till-
sick fucking sick fixation with her a little bit as well. But he knows she has to be useful to him, and Kananga is really fucked in the head here, man. That's messed up.
I mean, if anything, yeah, I guess he is a good villain, right?
Yeah.
He's effective.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, he's much more stern here and a little bit more serious these this first hour or so. But as the relationship with him and Solitaire changes, he really does start to become a bit more different as well. He starts behaving a bit more different.
Mm.
And you get a bit more some cool groovy music as well while Bond glides in the air and he knocks this guy off the fucking cliff. And I love it as well. He lands and he just changes it. He reverses his jacket around and strips the black trousers off, and he's got the safari suit on.
It's kind of
I
like
love it.
Absolutely love
Goldfinger.
that.
Was it Goldfinger in the beginning when he comes out of the water and then he turns?
Yeah, and it's got
Yeah,
tuxedo
yeah.
under.
It's just classic Bond, man.
Yeah, and I like the fact that he's just having a little bit of a laugh with his cars. He's just pissing about, isn't he? Well, just to catch her attention. And she's
What are
real,
you doing in my house?
yeah.
He's like, well, I've come for you, of course.
And yeah, obviously,
man.
yeah, because obviously
I mean,
Rosie
he totally
Carver,
plays her.
yeah,
It's kind of funny. Like she gets played by everybody.
I know. Yeah, obviously Rosie Carver's not exactly as he's dead now, so he knows Solitaire's the only person, probably the only lead he has to help him get the information he needs. So yeah, he's going to manipulate and lie to get her a little bit as well. Yeah, they use the love as a and it is kind of a dirty trick, but come on, he's a fucking spy. You know, he has to find out. He has to stop Kananga. He does.
I think what I want to know is where did he get all those cards from?
Yeah, I'm guessing he got it from the Tarot place. I
Yeah.
think he got it from the
But they
Tarot
have the
place.
same cards that she has. Like that's not like obviously her cards aren't that good.
I genuinely hate how people react to this scene because,
Yeah.
I mean, he's a spy. He's doing his job. And also, after they kiss, she probably looked over and was like, oh, I got fooled, but she clearly still had sex with him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
and in that scene, she
really thought
clearly
her
enjoyed
powers
it.
were powers. Yeah.
No, plus he does he doesn't really just toss her aside as well, like she's nothing. He does actually try and go out his way to try and protect her. No, after he realizes that, I've put this girl in grave danger as well, and
I do love this scene though, because she's spouting all this philosophical crap, and Bond's just sitting there like, "What the hell is going on? We just had sex. Come on."
Get me out of here.
It's like, man, I think I just stuck my dick in crazy. I need to get out of here.
The cards are alive. Oh yes.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he kind of confesses to her as well after he learns of what Kananga will do to her. I think he does feel a little bit of guilt there as well because Because James Bond, despite his dirty deeds, he's still a good guy. He's still on the side of good. But she's willing to stick by James Bond now as well, and
Well, you think she was a virgin? So this was her first?
yep.
Yeah.
Yes, because the way her powers are interpreted in the film is that once she has sex, she loses all of her sort of tarot card abilities. And Bond, he foiled Kananga's plan by literally banging it out of her.
I know. And I like the fact that she's like thinking, you know what, I'm gonna go with Bond, and before we leave, how about we have sex before we leave? And Bond's like, yeah, Sean, no need going off half cocked.
God, she looks so gorgeous too. She's just laying there all like, she's all innocent.
Yes, she is. Oh man, she's one of those women that just got better with age as the years went on.
Yeah.
She really did. Obviously, he sees that the scarecrows are something to keep the superstitious people away. So yeah, he's hiding something there because that seems very logical as well. And once again, Baron Samedi pops up again, and it's going to be a beautiful day. Beautiful day.
So great, man.
They're heading for the hill. I love that, man. I love it. He's just selling the shit out of this. Yeah, and it looks like Kananga's already on their tail as well, because they're not just fucking killers, these scarecrows, they're surveillance cameras as well. And yeah, we found out what is this hiding, and it looks very insignificant at first, but then it turns out to be a poppy field as well. That's why he's making heroin. Which was a big change from the original novel, because in the novel it was gold coins that belonged to some pirates from years ago.
What? No way! God, I gotta read.
It's more like Goonies.
Yeah,
So
and the government
it was more like Goonies, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Bond wants to retrieve it from Mr. Big because it was some kind of legal bullshit from hundreds of years ago with the government, and obviously the poppies are much better in my opinion. Yeah, the heroin's better.
That's crazy.
Isn't it to do with? It's also to do with Smersh, isn't it?
Yeah, because he was.
It's a way of sort of laundering money, isn't it?
Yeah, he was a Smersh agent in the original books, and I like the fact that he's not a Smersh agent in this. He's just another kind of like this two-faced guy using these like charades as well to try and corner the market and be the only monopoly amongst a well full of addicts.
Yeah, just a megalomaniac.
Yeah. Obviously, he's been compromised. Everyone's trying to kill him now. They've got to get the fuck out of there. And yeah, even the police around that area are in Kananga's pockets, and we do get a really good chase as well with the bus. And it shouldn't be a good chase because buses aren't very fast, are they? They aren't like Ford Mustangs driven by Steve McQueen or anything like that. But there are still some very creative stunts and a lot of real destructive work going on as well.
I dare to say it's one of the best chase scenes in the franchise.
Yeah,
I love when he does that hard turn with the blood right there in this scene. That like a little drift.
Yeah,
whips the back around like damn.
And there was a couple of things about this scene, the scene with the bus and everything. They actually brought the guy over from the UK who actually trains the London bus drivers, and he was the driver of the bus.
Oh, that's cool.
And of course, they hadn't tried this stunt, with a roof and everything, going under the bridge. She was actually on board for the whole journey. They didn't have a stunt woman in there, so she was actually in there as the bus is careering all over the place. And
that was probably a lot of fun.
And I think there's some scenes where some guys, some stuntmen go over the edge into the sea, and they actually fall into this coral reef, and they'll get cut up. So what they decided to do, and you'd never get away with it now, was they actually removed the coral reef. They actually,
oh wow,
it's some kind of environmental bullshit as well. That to do it.
I feel like that would take time, no?
Plus, you got to admire though. You still got to admire these stunt people back in the day. Though there's no green screens. These are really
Yeah,
doing this as well, and
yeah,
they had to get a lot of really smart people to coordinate these as well to make sure they didn't
yeah.
go wrong and that no one got very severely injured
Mm.
or killed. So yeah, top marks to them as well. And yeah, I'm a bit glad that we're seeing a few films these days that are still doing that, but
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think we see enough of it.
Mm. I mean, the John Wick. What was it, John Wick 3? When they have the car chases in the big roundabout in Europe or whatever, and they're like,
Yeah, the fourth one.
yeah, I saw the behind the scenes or whatever, and that was pretty cool because he's actually like in the car, like driving around, and they're like trying to the camera's like on the side of it, and he's actually like driving.
Yeah, I love
Mm,
that. That's what I like about these movies, and I think why I love Maverick as well, because we're seeing this stuff done for real, and you get a real sense of danger, and there's real weight to them as well.
yeah, yeah. And of course, you
Yeah.
can tell, can't you? You can tell a real stunt from a CG stunt.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
for
no.
sure. Though sometimes it does mix, and I don't know. Whenever they mix the whole CG and practical, sometimes it takes me a bit out of it because it's like that little bit of CG element can sort of not taint the whole scene, but it can just sort of be like, oh, they use CG a bit here.
Yeah, I think with things like wire removal, I think that that's fine because obviously
Yeah.
it's safety first. And in some earlier films now, when they're kind of upgraded to 4K, you can kind of see where some of the wires are and little bits and pieces like that. But wire removal, I think, is a fine sort of compromise.
Yeah, I think wire removal perfectly fine, but it's just sort of like a scene that comes to mind is Mission Impossible Fallout with the scene where they're jumping out of the plane. It starts off practical, but then when you see the storm, it looks a bit
Yeah,
CGI, and it's just sort of
yeah,
like
yeah,
it
yeah,
takes me out of
yeah.
it a bit,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
think
still
that
a
was the
great
only
scene
thing.
because of the practical elements.
And it just depends how CGI is done. Like it kind of goes back to Jurassic Park, where when the dinosaurs were CGI'd, it was mostly shot in the distance, wasn't it? When it went up close, it was like animatronics, and
Yeah.
it just depends. Like if you got something genuine and a little bit of CGI to sort of help tweak it a little bit, then that's always fine. It just depends how well rendered it is, because a lot of CGI these days is really fucking rushed now, especially amongst the bigger studios.
What, 200,
Yeah.
Well,
$300 million.
that's because they use boiler room kind of CGI. So what they'll do is you'll get I won't name the companies, but I could tell you the companies afterwards. But what they do, you get these big CG companies, and they don't have like 20 guys, 30 guys, sitting around these computers, doing all this fantastic work. What they have is they
Two
farm it
people.
out to people that are basically doing it at home, and they pay them next to nothing. It's kind of it's awful. And there's a big problem in the CG business at the moment where they're just not getting the recognition, they're not getting the credits because they're
I mean,
being
stuntmen are barely getting
subcontracted.
recognition.
I
I
mean,
beg your
I
pardon?
have
That's unfortunate.
I have a friend who knows people in the industry that does visual effects because a lot of visual effects now is in Victoria and all that sort of in Australia. And they worked on a fair amount of Marvel films. And they said that whenever there's a Marvel film and then there's like reshoots, they literally loathe it. They genuinely hate it. And whenever Marvel comes in with like a new scene, they're like, crap, we got to redo all of it again.
Yeah.
Jesus
And
Christ.
the thing is, I mean, you don't have you. I mean, everybody blames the CG artists, and it isn't. It's the people that
It's not.
sign off on it. It's the people that are rushing it through that are saying, "Yeah, okay, yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Nobody will notice. That'll do." So whoever's kind of putting their stamp of approval on it, they're the people that are to blame. And for the most part, these are people in the upper echelons of the production companies. The senior executives in the production companies that are saying, "Yeah, let's just move it along. It doesn't matter whether that shot's finished or not. Let's just move it
We gotta
along.
get
We
the
got a
movie.
release
We gotta
date."
get it finished.
Yeah, because they work towards release dates. They don't finish a film they work towards a release date.
Because a lot of a lot of it's done in reshoots, and when the CGI artist is like working on the initial shoot, and then all of a sudden they do like a ton of reshoots towards the end of it, and then like, okay, we need you to do this epic action scene right here, right now. Do it in like 2 months or so. And it's like, it doesn't matter how much money you have and put into it. It's because of the time and effort. They put so much effort into it, but there's just not enough time to get it done. And it's just, it feels rushed. It looks, cartoony, and it just takes you out of it.
Yeah, if you want to see some really, really, really bad CG, and it will be the worst CG you will ever see in your life, there's a film called Titanic 2. So watch Titanic 2. Not only is it an appalling film, but I've never seen CG like it. It looks like I can't even describe it.
Titanic 2. I thought it sank once.
Yeah,
Oh my God, it has a
I
1.7 out of
CX
10.
once as well. I saw it CX. The cover looked fucking crap as well. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's this probably
Okay.
one I'm gonna have to see to believe. But
It's from the Asylum, and apparently it has a sequel, Titanic 666.
I heard about that as well. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
But I've been seeing a lot of these like YouTube videos as well, where people with apps that cost less than what the Hollywood studios are using, they sort of use these to sort of fix up the bad CGI, and they look 10 times better. It's amazing as well, and movie studios need to look up these channels and what apps they're using, and it would save them a lot of money as well, while also having probably some really good CGI as well. That doesn't look like crap.
Well, you only have to look at Everything Everywhere All at Once. I mean, the guys that did the CG on that, obviously, they were YouTubers. These were people that were just doing their own stuff online. And the directors, producers, they contacted them and said, look, we really like your work. Can we use you? And of course, they were like, yeah, well, why not? And that's how they kept the budget down, but they got some quality work.
And I know that a lot of de-aging artists are getting a lot of work, especially from the YouTube sphere, because
you've seen those Irishman ones as well, where they actually make De Niro young instead of just instead of making a 70-year-old man look like a 60-year-old man who's supposed to be in his 20s.
Huh. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the newest Indiana Jones where they did that to Harrison Ford. I didn't even watch it.
My God, that's how me and Luke met.
Yeah, I know it's from when I was doing our own reviews on them. But yeah, fucking hell, yeah. See, CGI has really gone downhill. It seems to be the lower budget CGIs from not from the more independent studios that are doing them better, and Hollywood really need to take a look, and because they need to start lowering their budgets a bit more now these days as well, especially with all the money they're losing.
See,
even like
sorry,
over 100. Oh, sorry. Even over $100 million now is like a gamble, which is like unheard of, considering how Furiosa and all that are like upwards nearly 200 million, but like even over 100 million is a gamble now, which is unheard of.
See what we have is, we were supposed to have the transition from shooting on 35mm to digital. It was supposed to slash the budgets in, not just in half, but by about 3/4. That was the advantage, because the processing and the colorization, the color timing and everything on 35mm is very expensive, very, very expensive. And because what we see in the camera is basically, what we get, there's very little work that you have to do in post to a digital picture. So what you see in the studio is what you see in the camera, and that's the eventual picture that you get. So in effect, it was supposed to slash budgets by huge amounts, but of course, what's happened? They start using Hollywood accounting. So everybody's, say for example, Warner Brothers, They're paying all their different facility houses that they actually own. They're inflating the prices that they're charging themselves for these different services. So it's for them, it's a win-win situation. Um,
Hmm.
and everyone seems to think
Doesn't
that
matter.
it's
Doesn't. Yeah.
that's because the star of the movie is obviously going to be getting 20 million or 30 million or 15 million or whatever, and it's not all on cast. The above the line people, i.e. the producers and directors, they'll still get their cut and what have you, but it's the studios that make the money they make more money out of their own films than anybody else does whilst they're producing the film, whilst they're making the film. So the budgets don't need to be as big as they are.
Hmm.
And I'm absolutely convinced that Disney, I'm not going to say it for 100% definite, but I'm convinced that Disney, they only make movies in order to launder money. I know they have scams going on. They definitely have scams going on. I know their little shares scams that they have when it comes to opening weekends and all that kind of stuff. So they
Yeah,
just
like
don't care
they're
about
paid out
movies.
with pittance, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It does
it's
seem
yeah. I
that
think
way.
Damn you, Bob Iger, or the damn the
yeah, a lot of
damn the
people,
Bob.
a lot of people in like the drunk post as well is like they're all like, yeah, these movies have got to be a bloody money laundering scam, and
Mm.
it's looking more likely as well.
Mm.
But we'll move on from that because I think we've been going on a bit of a tangent now, and we come back to this really great scene with the low bridge, and
Yeah,
yeah, obviously I
it's a
think they had
Takes
to
out the
saw off
top.
the top, didn't they? Did they saw off the top before they did this scene?
they did. Yeah, they saw the top. Yeah,
Yeah, because I don't think a bus will come off that easily, would it? Unless you go at a
no,
really much higher speed.
It reminds me of
Probably
the Mummy. What was it? The Mummy Returns.
yeah,
When,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
But
Yeah.
that like crumpled. It like crinkled up. It looked like it was a fresh bus that they actually hit a bridge with. This one does look like it just kind of pops off.
Yeah, I know.
there's almost no damage. It's just like, oh, it's off now. Did you know they had latches?
Yeah, but it's still funny. Like, it's still funny to watch as well, especially when it falls onto the police car as well, and it sends them into the
Yeah.
fucking swamp. And yeah, I love Crawler's reaction as well when he comes in with the bus all sawed off. It's like,
It's funny because when I was watching that, I felt like if that scene was reversed, right? If Bond was chasing a villain and the villain was like in the bus, if the top would have came off on Bond's car, the music would have
Yeah.
kicked in. Ta-da!
yeah, yeah. There is a lot of silence between with the chases, isn't there? There's no
Yeah,
really
yeah.
big bombastic action movie. It just sort of just lets the scene happen. And obviously, it's looking like Solitaire is safe now, and apparently Voodoo Land is just poppy fields. It's all a big ruse. It's just to warn off the superstitious people who believe in that stuff, and it's a good cover as well for him for his operation. So yeah, and then I know Critical Drinker sort of made a joke about Timothy Dalton with drug dealers saying, what is it with Timothy Dalton and drugs? Well, I don't know. We've had a couple of drug dealers in James Bond before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, now I've got to get back to Felix anyway, and they know that with Solitaire as well, Kananga's going to be as Kananga's on them now. And then we come by this fucking this fucking legend again. Yeah. Yeah, is this the place New Orleans?
He's like just you know, it'd be funny if they actually just pulled him off the street. Like he was a real taxi driver. They're like, hey, you want to be in a movie?
Yeah.
We love your
Well,
style.
hello,
bro.
Jim. What's happening, baby? I love this guy. Yeah, they'll come to an airport as well, and
Mrs. Bell.
it's obviously owned by Mr. Big as well.
So, how do you guys interpret this scene with Solitaire when she, quote unquote, stabs Bond in the back?
Yeah, I think that she is trying to play a charade as well to
Save
protect
face.
herself, and Bond's going along with it, but it still feels a little bit convoluted. Like, he seemed to have cottoned on what she was trying to do straight away in the heat of the moment. But yeah, I think it could have been written a little bit better. I think, to be honest, this scene could have been written a little bit better as well because he kind of. I love this line. You going skydiving? Yeah. And that's the last we see of him as well. I'm very sad. He was very funny. He was a very funny guy. Yeah, because this scene happens as well. He gets into this plane and it's very funny. You got Mrs. Bell here who's got this shocked look on her face, wondering what the fuck is happening, and he has to pretend to be a bloody flying instructor, and you don't really get much of a chase here as well. They kind of chase him, but then fuck off because of reasons.
Yeah, that's true. They do just get back, and he just gets out of the plane.
Although there's some good car stunts here. There's some
good stunts as well. Yeah, I mean, they're done for real. But yeah, the villains, they kind of
those
just
wings were not CGI.
I believe the guy that actually does the stunts and created all the stunts for this sequence, he's one of these guys that travels around the States, or used to travel around the States and performing these different stunt shows. So put on all these sort of car stunt shows, pretty much like the sort of the sort of Red Bull things that we have now. But yeah, he was kind of like a traveling stuntman, a kind of Evel Knievel kind of guy.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, it's kind of the stuntman you need, though, isn't it? You need these people that are not afraid to take risks as well.
Yeah, there was actually a little bit of a problem because the Black Stuntmans Association, they wanted to do these stunts, but of course unfortunately they blacked up the white guys, and they could have actually trained these, coordinated the black stuntmen to have done this, but of course, they just sort of blacked up and put black wigs on, which
it can be seen a little bit in bad taste, but was they worried that they might harm the actual black guys in this as well and cause more problems? I don't know.
I think it was more to do with no, this is my part of the stunt that I'm doing. You're going to be doing your stunts. I'm doing my stunts. So, like I said, there was 7 stunt sections, stunt departments, if you like, coordinating individual stunts. So you had the bus, the fights. Vic Armstrong was there. Doing the fights, and Ross Kananga, obviously the crocodiles and alligators.
Yeah, who they named the villain after as well, wasn't
it? Yeah. But yeah, I think it was kind of like a sort of a demarcation, if you like. Everyone doing their own different thing. But
just sort of staying your own lane of expertise.
But I can see where they were coming from.
Because if you get the wrong people doing the stunts that they are trained for, it probably could cause more problems.
Yeah.
I love this. Holy shit! Is this like the best curse word in a Bond film as well? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah, but yeah, just fucking knocks the wings off the plane. And, this guy just shoots and he's like, bollocks to this, I'm out of here. Fuck it. When we come to the real Mr. Bleeker as well, and same time to Armstrong, he's just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh man!
And we got Felix Leiter saying, "I know you just can't glue the wings back on," and he's. I love the little back and forth he's going with Mr. Bleeker over this as well. It's like, there's no reason for me.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it's not to do with the plot, but it's a nice little funny moment as well. That kind of makes Felix Leiter very funny, but also humanizes him a little bit as well. It's not just girls and guns. There's a lot of fucking hassle he has to deal with as well in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is this the first film that we actually kind of see sort of somebody trying to mop up Bond's aftermath.
I think it is, yeah. I mean, this is the first time I think we see Felix Leiter do this as well. And then after this, I think, like Ghost in the Craig said earlier, we do not see him again till Living Daylights. He's completely
Yeah,
gone.
this was his only appearance in the Moore era.
Oh wow! See, I wouldn't have even realized. I feel like he would have been just shown, or like he would have came in, said something, left.
Yeah, he was a
Leiter
great Felix,
didn't-
though.
Yeah,
he
he
was
was a very good
fantastic.
actor. Yeah, I just
And,
like the way it's like he's got this great voice as well. The way he
Yeah,
delivers
yeah.
his lines as well. He's got a lot of charm.
Did
I will
you
say-
you know in the
It's-
007 diaries? Did you read the or listen to the intro that was written by David Hedison when he talks about the first time that he actually met Roger Moore at some concert?
I think, yeah, I should have done, but
Absolute-
it's been a while since I listened
Oh,
to it.
mate, so funny. It was the first time he met Roger Moore, and they're at this kind of musical recital or ballet or something. And of course, Roger Moore's in the seat behind him, and of course, halfway through this show, David Hedison stands up and he starts cheering, "Bravo, bravo!" And of course, he's the only one that stands up. Right? And of course, he's sort of really embarrassed and sits down. And when it comes to the end of the show, as it's, oh, sorry, I think there's an interval or something, and Roger Moore taps him on the shoulder and says, "You're not going to stand up and embarrass yourself again, are you, dear boy?"
Sounds about
Yeah,
right.
they were
Yeah,
really-
only you
very
could say
good
that and
fun.
actually still be bloody charming.
Yeah.
But no, so yeah, moving back on with the plot is like he knows he's asking if there's another filet or sole restaurant in the New Orleans area, and it might be another place to go on now. And obviously, Struthers is Strutters. I keep forgetting his fucking name now. He said it earlier, didn't he?
Strutters.
So that's it, yeah. Yeah, he's on that same corner as well where the funeral mass is going on, and I like how the fact that you don't see him stab him. You already know once that guy blows the horn, you already know he's dead.
Yeah. Oh god. And they killed one of their own too. Like, damn it.
Oh, Mr. Ray, you pissed off your ex and now you're $45 poor. Sorry, man. Sorry to hear that. I love how Felix just comes out and says, "Hell of a send off this way." It's like, yeah, you have no idea, mate. You have no idea.
Yep.
And yeah, we go back to the gag from earlier, and yeah, he's like, "Why don't you want to be sat at a booth?" He's like, "I had a very nasty turn in the booth."
Oh man.
It does still manage
Vibrant.
to be very
So
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but it's like no matter what, it's like every time he comes in here, he always gets his ass handed to him. And I think this was Wonder Woman who was originally going to sing "Live and Let Die," despite Paul McCartney writing it and composing it. Yeah. Oh, as you can see, a little bit of an ass cheek there under that dress. That's a very low dress.
Nah, my money's still on Rosie. Rosie's still better.
Yeah. And once again, he gets fucking he gets outdone again. This time he's back in this time it's not in another layer of Mr. Biggs apparently. Yeah, and Felix Leiter's like, "What happened to my friend?" And he's like, "What happened to your friend?" It's like, yeah, what? I would love to know what happened during that scene where the guy's trying to explain what happened to Bond in front of Felix. Yeah.
And you would think that Felix would know that Bond wouldn't just leave.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But he probably would be out looking
now
for him.
Bond.
Yeah. So he probably would be out looking for him anyway. And obviously he's pretending to be like Kananga's lackey, even though it's really him. And he's trying to find out that Solitaire has been compromised or not. And this might be a good way to get that information out of him. And obviously Bond is not fucking buying it for 1 minute. He's not going to answer that question. He's say, I'll speak to Mr. Kananga. That's his business. You're a fucking lackey. I don't need to explain anything to you. So obviously, he does lose his temper a little bit, and he thinks, all right, so this is not going to work. He wants to see Kananga. I'm going to give him Kananga. And then he pulls off the mask, and Teehee like, see? You've been speaking to him all along. We tricked you.
Oh my gosh.
It's funny because one of the things that a lot of people, that whenever I speak about this film, that they mention about his strange skin tone with that prosthetic makeup on. And of course, it's actually mentioned very, very much in depth in the book that he has this kind of weird, almost grey skin tone. If you remember, Kananga. Oh, sorry, Mr. Big. So he's got this strange skin tone. He's got this weird kind of skin color.
It's the ashy. It's the black ashy look.
Yeah, and it's
Bill Burr joke.
In the book, in the book, it's some kind of blood disease or something that he has, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, like I said, it's been a while since I read that book. It was like a few years ago. But yeah, I think about you mentioned about Black Ashy, because apparently Bill Burr did this joke about where he was going out with a black woman, and he learned the term ashy, and that black people usually moisturize a lot more than white people do, because it breaks sure a lot more than it does, and it's Christ, man. Yeah, you're turning ashy.
Yeah, man. They were right on the money in the 70s. They got it pretty on point.
Yeah, I think that's why when you see crackheads in these hood movies, they always look a little bit grey on as well. And it's not just the drug habits; they haven't been moisturising because they've been so junked up.
They're using the money for other things.
Yeah,
the other white powder.
Yeah, now he realizes that Mr. Big and Kananga are the same thing, and obviously is it's a good little ruse as a good cover to hide his heroin dealings, all that stuff, but he still gets a little bit wrong. Like, he still thinks it's a way of him to cash in, and he's kind of right, but then Kananga reveals he's not just going to cash in first, he's going to give away a shitload of samples to a big population of junkies or soon-to-be junkies, and put all the mafia and that lot out of business so he can then monopolise on them later and probably be the biggest fucking drug lord in the country, and take over as well, like some kind of Black Pablo Escobar, something like that.
Yeah, it's a nice scheme.
Yeah, and yeah.
I mean, it definitely work.
Yeah, it would. I mean, and something that's well over the street value as well, for free for a while until it puts everyone else out of business, and then you make the more money out of them. It's it's a good little scam.
That's capitalism, baby.
Yeah. So he wants to turn the world into a big junkie dystopia as well, with him as dictator. And then, but now he goes back to the to what he said earlier, to what he asked him earlier, like as he as he broke in their cherry and taking their powers away. And obviously Bond still uses his own little I'm a gentleman, I never say anything like that. So he resorts to another method. It's he asks for the watch as well, because he's found another way where he can find out. So and Teehee tries to use the hook to get the watch off, and he's like, butter hook, which was an improvised line from Roger Moore, and it's a very funny line as well. So now Salty has to get the right answer. She has to mentally know the numbers on Bond's watch without even looking at it. And even Bond's
it's a really
nervous
good scene,
well.
Very tension-filled.
Yeah, it is. Bond's very nervous as well, because now that her powers are taken away, there's a chance that he could. Not only will he lose a finger, he'll probably lose other vital areas as well. You know.
I will say a lot of a common misconception with the franchise is that Bond is always cool-headed throughout like the early Bond films, but if you actually stop and watch them, Bond is really afraid in these situations.
Yeah, he just
And
doesn't
he's-
announce it, does he? He just sort of
Yeah,
like
exactly.
yeah,
He has to be
Do you want-
calm, reserved, like a
Mm.
spy.
It's like
Yeah, he has to
Goldfinger when
keep
he's got the
control,
laser
yeah.
at the crotch, and he's like, hey,
That's a
he's
scene
like,
that's
want me
always
to talk?
parodied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean-
it's like I think you've made your point. Thanks for the demonstration. I mean, he's obviously
mean,
scared. He's just using a sort of dark sense of humor to try and get him through the to get him through his the situations that he's in.
I mean, like he has no way out of that situation in
I know.
Goldfinger, but he has to use his wits to get out of it. I mean, like he would have been dead if he didn't like talk his way out of it. And like people parody that scene where it's like, oh, Bond's like, you know, he's just cool, calm, and collected. But in that scene, he was going to be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and it's looking like she has got the answer right as well. And Bond's like all relieved until he gets fucking knocked out. Whisper comes along and takes him away, and then out comes Baron Samedi again, just looking. He looks so fucking good in that fucking suit. He's like,
Right? Oh god.
yeah, if I could pull off a suit like that and not look a total tit, I would be happy, man. He just fucking owns that pimp outfit. Yeah, and it turns out, Kananga was fucking tricking Solitaire. He knows she's compromised, and this time he's really sure about it. And I think he was kind of in his own fucked up way in love with her, and and he loses his cool as well. He really raises his voice at her.
Man, he like slaps her with his whole body too. When you see it, he just bam, and he like turns his whole body around.
This is where the Kananga charade really like just drops it. You know how, especially because he was split between, if you see Kananga and Mr. Big, different personalities. But in this, it's just sort of like, yeah, he's totally crazy. He's more Mr. Big with the Kananga sort of personality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll disagree with Mr. E here. I don't think I want to see. I mean, we already kind of had a prequel with Casino Royale, but I don't really want to see James Bond and how he became the agent he was in his younger years. I mean, I kind of like the mystery a little bit, but I don't know. That's my
Mr. E and the nose candy.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, we know that James Bond is James Bond. You know, we know. You know, we don't have to see any kind of origin story. I mean, the only reason they put that in Casino Royale was because it was the first book. We were being reintroduced to a new Bond, and they just wanted to put that little tiny bit in there to show that he finally got his, his second kill to get his 00. And it's small. It's nothing.
It's the pre-title sequence.
Yeah, we'll kind of get little bits of his past as well. Like he was orphaned as well, and that's why he was thrown into this government work anyway. Because orphans make the best agents because they haven't really got much to go back to, not much of a family or a private life to come home to. They live by their work.
I really like how Skyfall touched on his family. How it was just a brief little thing. We get to touch, we get to see a bit of his family home, and what his childhood was like after his parents died. I thought it was a very nice touch. Spectre, they delved more into it, hit or miss, depending on what you think personally.
Yeah,
Blofeld,
I didn't like Blofeld being his brother.
Yeah.
I think I prefer Blofeld.
That was pretty weird.
Yeah, like he wants to take over the world because and kill Bond because he had daddy issues. I didn't like that. He's a guy who wants to take over the world. He's a power hungry man.
It was like what you call it, Dr. Evil and Austin Powers.
They literally
ripped that off, didn't they? Spectre ripped off Goldmember. It made it so much more worse. It really did. But yeah, Kananga's very scary here as well when he loses his temper. He's like, you knew that.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes back to being calm as well. I love that. He just turns and then he reverts back.
Bit ironic considering what's going to happen to this guy.
Yeah, definitely. He's got that laugh as well. Yes, his trespassers will be eaten. But yeah, we get a little bit. We get to know T.He a little bit more as well, and I love you know, sometimes it's real cheesy when a guy sort of like spells his backstory out, but he just makes it. He actually looks like he's having fun doing it, though.
I just love how he takes Bond through this whole place without like killing him. He's like, check out my operation. It's nice, huh?
I know.
Like, you know, like, just check it out. It looks good, huh? Just take a look real quick. I'm gonna talk to these guys, and then I'm gonna take you outside. Check it out.
Yeah, it's like having this little chit chat with him before he kills him as well. It's like all nice and civil, and it's it cracks me up. It does.
Yeah,
I think
like the highlight of the film.
Yeah, plus I think he's trying to sort of like show Bond just what kind of danger he's in as well, and that and what kind of fate arises him. And he used to hang out with crocodiles as a kid, and he got over careless, and it took his arm off. And it does feel very Ian Fleming like as well. He always have these like weird backstories, like my father was in the circus and he taught me how to kill, and I've been killing ever since. It's like they always have these crazy backstories, and I love them.
This was kind of a scene that was kind of semi-wedged in, wasn't it? And it came about through a location scout, when they were location scouting, and they went past Ross Kananga's crocodile ranch, and somebody, I think it might have actually been Derek Cracknell, who saw the sign that said "Trespassers will be eaten." And I thought, oh, that's interesting. And of course, they had a word with Ross Kananga, and they thought, right, okay, let's see what we can do with this.
Yeah, because it does lead to a very creative way for Bond to escape as well, and the fact that it was done
one of the
from
greatest
Bale
stunts.
as well.
Oh my god, one of the greatest stunts ever performed in any movie.
Very true.
I know, and and it is very fucking intense as well. He's got this. He's on this little tiny little island here as well. This there's nowhere to go. And even when it looks like he's got a little bit of hope with the boat where he can use his magnet, it's the boat's bloody tired, so he can't escape. So he has to resort to something a bit more drastic. And
I love that his gadget fails. I really like how it's not a solve everything sort of situation.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of hope before throwing it away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and those are real Crocs as well. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
They're really coming
out. Done by the owner.
Yeah.
I think they got clipped as well. Let me get
but they were, I think he did this 5 times, didn't he, Ross Kananga?
Yeah, he did. I mean, he had to keep sending for different clothes as well, because they kept showing through his like fucking shoes, everything.
Yeah, I think on the last one, his foot was in the mouth of the last Croc, wasn't it? And he was really kind of yanking it out. Because his father was actually eaten by one of the alligators, wasn't he?
Oh, wow. Jesus Christ. I think I might have missed that one. But yeah, I've got a clip here of the stunt. Let's play it.
We now present all 5 of Ross Kananga's attempts at the death-defying stunt.
As he's about to jump, the crocodiles all do this because they're saying, here comes that guy again. I mean, they'd seen the act twice, and so they're waiting for him to jump again.
Finally, on the afternoon of December the 31st, Ross Kananga defies death for a 5th time.
And you can see one of these 3 American crocodiles from the movie on display in the bottom ring of the Sky Dome at Reptile Gardens.
Wow, that was wild.
Genuinely impressive.
Yeah. Holy shit. The fact that he was on one, like, oh my God. He's like literally like riding one.
I know.
You can't take that with
snapping at him as well. It's crazy, man. Crazy stuff.
You can't do that with CGI. It's genuinely impressive.
Wow, that was awesome. That was
Yeah,
something.
that's pretty
There is
special.
something to say about those early Bond films where they did dangerous stunts and they didn't give a shit.
Mm.
Like one of my favorite stunts is The Man with the Golden Gun, the next film, and it's the loop-de-loop.
Yeah, that's incredible
I don't even.
stunt.
I feel like I don't remember.
Yeah,
The only
ruined by a
thing, the
very
only thing
stupid
that kind
sound
of,
effect.
yeah, it's that fucking Swanee whistle. Like,
It is funny that John Barry apologized for that. He was like, "Look, I'm sorry, I
yeah,
screwed up with that one. Please forgive me."
yeah. It's just that one thing, it's yeah, one of the one of the greatest stunts ever performed. Certainly one of the greatest car stunts of all time.
Hmm.
I feel like I don't remember the loop to loop.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
where they had to do that stunt for real, where they
where
had
he's
to
done over the
run the
Kong,
car off the
wasn't
ramp and it had to twirl around as well
Yeah, did a
before landing.
complete 360. Yeah, the over the Clong, wasn't it?
Yeah, Christ, man, that's you got big admiration to the fucking guy who did this stunt as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
Kananga,
that was-
you legend, absolute
Yeah.
legend.
Absolute legend. I mean, it's I don't think there's a stuntman alive today that would look at that and not be impressed, and also that would look at that and think, yeah, I could do that. I could do that.
Yeah, no, you had to do it 6 bloody times, 6 times, and
Mm.
you had to be a bit careful as well because, like the guy said, they seem to have learned as well how to the timing of it as well, and sometimes I'd get him earlier, and it's
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, he's on his way over again. Quick, open your mouths.
Oh, wow.
I posted a link to the car jump in the chat. So if you want to take a look at it, Craig, later, it's genuinely
thank you.
impressive.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering what was
Yeah.
being sent. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, and obviously Bond now back with Bond. Where he's letting the alligators run loose now. He's going to burn some part of his operation down. Obviously, he needs to escape now in the boat. Everyone else is going to go after him now. And yes, the last we see of T.He for quite a while.
Mm.
He becomes the villain we forget about, like in Die Hard, where he comes back at the end. I mean, we get a pretty fucking cool boat chase as well, and once again, there's no music playing as well. Just let the scenes happen and absorb the scene and the scenery, everything.
Yeah, this scene, for my money, is the best stunt scene in the entire film. It's visually
jaw-dropping.
stimulating.
Yeah.
Big, bombastic. Got some good comedy elements, depending on how you feel about Sheriff Pepper. I really like the guy. He gives a bit of levity to it. I think the next film is a bit much, but
he did not need to be in
film-
that second film. He really didn't. But yeah, because obviously when something like this happening, there's going to be some bloody sheriffs that are wondering about. So yeah, it's good to. And I like the actor as well. He does kind of make him feel like he's just an average guy trying to do a job as well.
But the funny thing is, he's actually a New Yorker, isn't he? So he's got this broad New York accent, but he manages to do this sort of real kind of southern sacred accent.
That's because he's got the chewing tobacco the whole time.
Yeah.
I
what
think
are you, boy? Some kind of doomsday machine?
Because he was in Superman 2, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He was kind of playing a very similar part as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
But
he's a very good actor.
This boat chase, the boat chase, I think, is just one of the greatest chases, I think, in a Bond movie. Full stop.
For sure.
I know.
And of course, it was Roger Moore's first day of filming. So it was actually the start of the boat chase was the very first day of shooting on the entire picture.
Yeah, he broke his tooth as well, doing it, didn't he?
In a rehearsal, he smashed all of his front teeth out on his first day. Yeah.
Is it the world is not enough, or they have the small boat, that small
boat, right? Yeah, that could not be nice as well in that really shitty, pissy water as well. I mean, because I know Brosnan was doing that for real also.
Yeah.
In some of these scenes, it's I really hope he had a shitload of tetanus shots and everything after that.
I mean,
was,
I love The World Is Not Enough's boat chase scene. I think it's my personal favorite of any of the boat chases, but there's something about this that just feels real in a
Yeah, it's
sense,
pretty-
whereas that
yeah,
one
'cause-
felt
yeah, it's not a big gadget boat, is it? It's
Yeah, it
actually
doesn't-
exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't feel staged or anything like that. And
And he
this-
steals two boats, no? He steals one boat and
Yeah,
then
he does, yeah, switches, doesn't he?
Yes.
switches to the other one. He like runs off to the other one, yeah.
And if you look at the you go back and you look at the jump and see exactly how close the boat is to the people that are below. I mean, it's really close.
Yeah, no, that looks like it
Really,
nearly
really
took his
close.
head off there as well.
Yeah. And I think one of the jumps was 150 foot. He did 150 foot. They measured it at one of the jumps.
Damn.
Yeah, they earned their fucking money, these stuntmen.
Yeah, they really did. Yeah.
They crashed his fucking well, the boat's crashing into his fucking car. Yeah, and
that guy gets up and he's like, "What the? Like, holy! There's no way."
yeah, Chef Pepper's kind of a bit of an arrogant dick as well, and then this shit happens, and it just sort of humbles him as well, and you start to realize, yeah, he's a bit full of himself, and he's kind of a bit of a clown as well. But I never felt I hated him either. I thought it was just a guy trying to do his job as well, and he's just a bit up his own ass a bit.
He's
But
comic
like I
relief.
say, I think it is one of those films where you actually do see, the aftermath of
Yeah.
Bond's kind of
Yeah.
trail of destruction.
Yeah, because he's basically acting how a real guy would act around this as well a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
Yeah, no, and these guys they have a very small part, but they do manage to make the most of it as well. And it's like, hey, that's is that one of those car boats, isn't it?
I like the I like the thing that comes over the police radio. Where someone radios through and says that someone needs you to
Yeah.
go around and shoot his dog.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell, man?
He's foaming from the mouth.
You
Needs you to go
may
around
probably
and
need
shoot
to
his dog.
shoot it. Jesus Christ, that is a very dark joke as well. But
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a dog person. I am a dog person, but even I found that fucking funny. I like the fact that even though he's basically in command, they still kind of give him a bit of shit as well occasionally, and he never really gets too pissed off at him. He just gets a little bit grumpy with him.
Yeah.
So yeah, like they give each other shit, but there's still respect to him. And I think I missed a shot as well where they crash and
the wedding.
the villain's boat lands in their pool as well, and James Bond hops into another boat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I missed the shots there.
I love the wedding part too when the bride starts crying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was watching it earlier with the wife, and we both noticed something. I'll get to it at the moment, but it's with the groom as well, and it's kind of a dick thing to do, but it made me laugh. Yeah, obviously the blockades don't help as well, and everyone's pissed off here. So he's thinking, yeah, let's get my brother. He's got the fastest boat, and then, which is unfortunate because he gets it fucking nicked by this arsehole here.
But how does he know that he's the brother? How did he even know to find the boat?
I don't know.
I don't think I
don't
got
know.
that on how he knew to go get that boat.
Yeah, I think there is a few plot twists. I just always assumed that he just found a random boat and nicked in. It happened to be.
Yeah, I
belonged
think
to
it's
the brother
just
of him.
randomly.
Coincidence.
Yeah. And I like that, and he thinks it's his brother as well. Chasing him, like, "There's my brother, there's my brother." And everyone else is like, "Yeah, that's not your brother, mate. Are you sure?" No one tells him. No one fucking tells him. He's like, "Shall we tell him?" Nah. It'll be a good laugh. Let's not tell him. And yeah, here comes what you mentioned, the wedding cake getting knocked over. The villains knock it over as well because Bond's a nice guy. He's not going to ruin the wedding.
Yeah.
And I didn't catch the shot of this though, but just before it cuts away, he actually fucking smiles. He actually smiles. It's only like,
He's like, I told you we should have had it. Told you we should have had that at the church.
I wish I'd have caught the shot though. I really did. It's but it's only a millisecond though, and you kind of blink and miss it. But yeah, I was fucking laughing my ass off when I rewatched this again. I really was.
Of course, the whole kind of crashing into the wedding thing became a bit of a running theme as well, didn't it, throughout the Roger Moore?
Yeah, no, because in View to a Kill, he actually does end up crashing through a woman's fucking cake in there when he's chasing Mayday.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, damn. I feel like The View to a Kill is definitely one of those Bond movies I haven't watched a lot. I haven't watched many times either. But I love Christopher Walken as the villain.
It's definitely one of the weaker Roger Moore films where he
Mm.
should have retired after Octopussy, but it's still kind of a guilty pleasure for me. I still have a soft spot for it.
That's one
Is
with
it
Grace Jones,
sad?
right? Yeah, the black.
Yeah.
Got the black great. Yeah, Grace Jones.
Is it sad that I prefer A View to a Kill over For Your Eyes Only?
I will disagree with you, but I kind of get why some people have a soft spot for.
I don't know. Like For Your Eyes Only was a back to basics, and I mean it's fine, but I'm just like I like the absurdity of A View to a Kill. I mean, this is Roger Moore, who's like in his late 50s. You know, he had that facelift, and then you know there's Christopher Walken as the bad guy,
Yeah.
and then Mayday.
He's got like
who's
stuff in his hair as well to make it look thicker than it just, and it
Yeah.
just makes it look weirder.
Like they even aged up the henchman, which is so
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
It's like
I mean,
there's
there's
no way Bond could take on a 40-year-old
there
or
are
a 30-year-old.
there's kind of a number of things that I've really just, don't really jive with me in For Your Eyes Only. One, I think the main thing is I can't stand the theme song. I can't stand Bill Conti's score for it either. I think it's the worst score that Bill Conti has ever done.
Yeah,
It's terrible. Absolutely
Yeah, it does
terrible.
feel a little bit
though.
it does feel a little bit different to the tone because it's a more back
Yeah.
to basics Bond, isn't it? And Bill Conti's theme would have suited Live and Let Die just as well as whoever did the score on this one as well. Because you listen to his tune in Rocky, it sounds very 70-ish, sort of soulish, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's just, and I can't stand that girl, the ice
Yeah,
skater.
yeah,
I
she
think
was-
that's
she was
completely
annoying.
erroneous. I mean,
She does lead to like one of my favorite moments when she's throwing herself at Bond and he's like, "I'll fetch you an ice cream."
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give
Well,
credit.
I mean,
I'll give credit to Roger Moore there. Like, because I think he was getting older then, and he didn't want to seem like a bit of a lech. So, yeah, I think it was his idea that he shouldn't fucking get with, what's the face, the blonde lass anyway.
Yeah.
Got a name now.
But I do like that stunt where the climbing stunt where he kind of he
that's
drops, doesn't he? He drops like that 100 foot or something, and he's at the end of that line, and it just sort of tightens up, and he does his usual sort of oof that he does every time. Every
Yeah,
time.
there is some good action in there as well. There is some good action in For Your Eyes
Oh,
Only,
there's
and I
some
don't
great
like Marina
action.
have a lot.
Yeah.
It's
Some
kind of
great
funny
stuff.
considering how this came after Moonraker, where they went into space and it was
Mm.
like space battles. You know, you got two armies
Yeah.
fighting against each other,
Yeah.
and then For Your Eyes Only is a much more smaller scale film.
Yeah.
And that rock tension scene is fantastic.
Oh, it really
I
is.
love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, I think For Your Eyes Only, hot take, is my least favorite Roger Moore film. And I think all of them are really good, but I kind of prefer the absurdity of the Moore era.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Yeah, it's like you can watch a really good, well-made movie that's well acted and well written and everything, but sometimes you end up remembering stuff like Samurai Cop a little bit more because there's so much more memorable things. It's one of those things, unfortunately, sometimes. But yeah, I get it. Abusive does have more memorable moments, moments that stick with you a lot more, like especially the aging henchman and Christopher Walken with Grace Jones, and God, those two are so fucking good together in that movie.
And I think there are a lot of redeeming elements of every single one of the Moore era films. A lot of people rag on them, but each film has its own distinct personality. Even the later John Glenn films, which a lot of people say gets a bit familiar with For Your Eyes Only right up until License to Kill. A lot of people have criticisms them being very similar, but there is just something about every single one of the Moore films and the Dalton films that feels very distinct if you actually look at them. Like Octopussy is one of my favorite Moore films because Roger Moore has such amazing chemistry with the Bond girl.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I think he should have retired the Bond part after Octopussy, because it would have been seen like a good little farewell. He gets to drift off into the sunset with a woman who he actually seems to have a bit of a connection with as well, which is something you rarely see in Bond girls, apart from like Tracy and Vesper.
Mm.
No, because I kind of just feel like some of them feel like are good, but they also feel like they're there just to be a sort of like a Bond girl for Bond to sleep with at the end. And
Yeah, that's fair.
and very rarely do you get a real connection with them. And
I feel like Solitaire gave us somewhat of a good connection, but I
yeah,
guess
I mean, he seems to really genuinely care for her, even though he kind of did play a dirty trick. He still goes out of his way to save her, doesn't he? Still,
yeah.
Yeah, obviously, and then we come a bit more closer to the end now, and Bond's not really using gadgets to get him out of this. He's actually using like real liquids here as well. That's very flammable, and it's obviously stinging his eyes as well, and he can't see. So it's a good.
I love how he just flicks the switch of the boat, like how he knew the switch was there, and he's able to get close enough to switch it.
Yeah,
to be able to turn the boat. That's wild.
Yeah, there's a few plot holes in here, but it's a Bond film. It depends on if it's not too distracting. Because
a lot of people give Jason Bourne a lot of credit for using his surroundings, but if you look at it, besides some of the gadget laden movies in the Bond era, Bond does use his surroundings. It's just it's just not a big thing that they advertise. Whereas Jason Bourne, he didn't have gadgets, so all he used was his surroundings. So I really like how in James Bond, when he does use his surroundings, it's like, oh, that's neat. But they don't make it a big, thing about it.
Yeah, no, totally agree with that.
And plus, it becomes useful as well. It's not just it doesn't just disable his opponent, his enemy. It's a good way to take him out as well. He's And it just has to cut to this as well, doesn't it? It's like you're taking a piss, mate. Make boat in the fun sport 3 miles per hour, please. After all that, it's got good sense of humour. This film, it really does. I mean,
it's got such tongue in cheek. It's so great,
very tongue in cheek. And
I mean, for being the first, for being Roger's first, I mean, it is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
For Bond outings for their first film, I mean, pretty much most of them had a really good start. Dalton surpassed it with License to Kill, but every single first outing was pretty damn good. Dr. No again, Dr. No is a very basic vanilla Bond film, but it did lay the groundwork.
Yeah.
I know, because they're still finding their feet with the whole franchise as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
And I think it was a little bit faithful to the original book as well, except his Dr. No is making money out of guano, and it's guano that kills him, and not nuclear acid or anything. That's that boiling him to death.
Yeah, Dr. No is very Fleming-esque. A lot of people don't really actually realize that. They say, "Oh, Dalton and Craig were very Fleming-esque," but if you look at early Sean Connery, he really nailed James Bond to a T.
Hell yeah!
And it took a while for Fleming to realize how good Bond was as well, because it was like, hey, he's so much of a working class guy. He looks like a truck driver more than a refined English gent. But that's
so good that Fleming changed his origin. He made him a Scotsman. Originally, you didn't know James Bond was an Englishman or Scotsman or Welsh. Whereas he spent time with Sean Connery. He's like, you know what, you're James Bond's going to be a Scotsman.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool if you can make that much of an impression on a character that the person that made the character changes the backstory for you.
Yeah, no, and I think they actually got along well as even Sean Connery liked him. Even though he called him a bit of a snob, he seems to have actually really liked Ian Fleming.
But it's quite funny, isn't it, when we look at all the Bonds that we've actually had, and we've only actually had 2 Englishmen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. It's crazy.
I mean, for God's sake, there was an Australian. Like, why, George Lazenby? You had to ruin the flow of it.
There's probably a few Australian actors that probably could have been a good Bond. Maybe Guy Pearce back in the 90s, because he could do a pretty good English accent. I mean,
well, we got Sam Neill, haven't we? Who's
he's New Zealand.
Yeah, the testing with Sam Neill. I feel like I would have been down, but like
there is actually an audition of Sam Neill doing James Bond's reading somewhere, and he's a very suave kind of guy, and I think he would have been very good kind of Bond. I don't know if he'd be as hard-boiled as Timothy Dalton or Daniel Craig, but I think he would have had made some impression as a different kind of Bond.
I mean, at the time he was, I think at the time that he was auditioning, he had just finished a show called Riley Ace of Spies, which was fucking amazing.
I mean,
Wait,
he
I
would
Sam
have
don't know
Neill?
done
whether
an
it's on
American
YouTube,
Bond.
but it's really worth watching. It's
Wait, you say
based
this
on
was
a
with
true
Sam?
story.
You say this was with Sam Neill?
Yeah,
I'll have to look
I mean,
into
we
it.
would have gotten an
Mhm.
American Bond for Octopussy with James Brolin.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
originally
he
supposed to be James Bond, but because
Yeah.
Sean Connery came in and was like, "I'm going to do Never Say Never Again," they're like, "Crap, we need to get Roger Moore to do this." So yeah, they had to say, "Sorry, James, but looks like we're going to go with Roger Moore."
Apparently, Clint Eastwood is almost up for playing. Was almost an option to play James Bond. Was considered to play James Bond, and he said, "No, don't cast me. Cast an Englishman."
Yeah, and
Um,
Burt
um,
Reynolds
yeah.
as well, wasn't it? Burt
Yeah.
Reynolds was another one.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I couldn't see Burt Reynolds as Bond. Oh
No.
God.
No,
No.
no, I can't.
I know he's got this. His American charm and English charm seem to have a very different way of coming across, and he's Burt Reynolds definitely has an American charm. I don't think he could ever replicate an English charm because
But
Burt
I think,
Reynolds is good how he is, and how he was anyway. Because
but I think if it was someone like James Brolin, I think he would have been very good. He's got that kind of, that sort of suave sort of sophistication about him. But remember, he would have obviously have been doing an English accent, so I think that would have been an insistence to you.
yeah, I mean, because
Yeah.
I wonder if the English accent is hard to do as well. Because we've seen some very good actors do a good job. Angelina Jolie was fucking great as Lara Croft. I mean, I almost forgot she was American because she was so good.
Yeah.
But I've also noticed that when
he's American. Oh shit!
yeah,
Yeah, Angelina Jolie's American.
Fuck. I thought she was something else. I never would have thought. Well, shit.
yeah, because I've kind of noticed that when Americans do English accents, even if they do it real well, you'll always hear a little bit of an American drawl come out a tiny bit. I've noticed that with Spike in Buffy the Vampire Slayer a couple of times. The more I watch it, but yeah, and look at Felix as well. He's once again he's cleaning up Bond's mess as well. All the stuff he is accidentally caused. He's letting him know that Kananga's got solitaire and he's in town as well and he's very close. And Sheriff Pepper's finally caught up with him and he's like, "What are you, some kind of doomsday machine, boy?"
On whose side?
Oh man!
Shake
So
your
good.
leg.
Should have made him be the villain.
Yeah, so obviously the
plot,
advanced.
plot twist.
Yeah.
He's actually like the owner of the island.
Yeah.
That'd been awesome.
I know. But this is where we found out that James Bond is that Solitaire has now been taken back to the island again, and she's gonna be killed. So he's got to get there pretty quickly as well. And then we're back to from what we saw in the beginning. These cults, these island cults. Then we got, and obviously
I will say I forgot that in this one he has that revolver, and I never noticed really that he doesn't ever use anything other than a Walter PPK.
Yeah,
Like, he
because
uses
he doesn't choose his Walther PPK once in this movie. I mean,
it just gets bent.
Yeah, it's synonymous with Bond with the Walther PPK until the Brosnan era, where they changed to the P99.
Yeah, it was like another much more superior take on the Walther PPK, but I always preferred his original Walther PPK though.
It's sleek.
Yeah, I know.
Sleek. It's tiny. It's
Yeah, I always thought the Brosnan one looks a bit too chunky for my liking. And it should be a little bit more sleeker and smaller, and even though the thing is, even though it's a small weapon, it still packs a bit of a punch. Just doesn't do as much as like the Magnum does.
But the PPK isn't even in the books, is it? The PPK.
No, it was a Beretta, wasn't it? Back
it was
a Beretta,
before
and then
Beretta
they
was
changed it up.
Yeah.
because
Holy shit! I swear I gotta read the books. I really gotta read
and because there was this guns guy, I think can't remember his name, but they named Q after him, and
Yeah, Ulfroyd, I think his name was.
Yeah. And he gives him the Walther PPK because he kept writing to Fleming. It's like, hey, a Beretta is like a woman's gun. A woman's gun. Come on. A secret agent would use a Walther PPK. It's a much more sophisticated.
Yeah.
I know they have improved the Beretta a lot in the 2 decades since, though, because I mean, my friend Toxic, he still recommends that the Beretta is still the best pistol, and yeah.
And Bond doesn't even have his Aston Martin in the books.
No.
Wow, really?
Yeah, he has a Bentley. Doesn't he? He has a Bentley.
Bentley, yeah.
What the?
They even touch on that and Never Say Never Again.
Yeah, they do that in Goldfinger as well. When they say, "Hey, where's my Bentley?" Never mind that. That's crap.
Oh,
You'll
it's
have this Aston Martin. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of the tropes and gadgets and a lot of things were added by the movies. And it's become synonymous with the character, even though a lot of it wasn't actually in the books.
I know it's kind of crazy how even before Ian Fleming died, when the first couple of movies came out, they were influencing his future Bond novels as well. It's kind of like a little. It's like the circle is complete there a little bit.
Yeah. The Thunderball case with Kevin McClory, a lot of people say killed Fleming because it was a really bad court case, and he passed away when Thunderball came out or around that time.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there's a lot. And then after that, I think it was just right after Diamonds Are Forever, and then they couldn't use Blofeld in the official Bonds because of.
That's right.
Yeah. Crazy stuff.
And originally, they were going to have this big bombastic fight with Blofeld, where Blofeld gets away on a hot air balloon.
That's
Bond goes
right.
after him, and then they fight in some sort of diamond or some sort of diamond cave. And Bond, trips him up, and he goes through a diamond machine, and he gets crushed.
What?
Yeah, it was originally supposed to be like that because someone wanted $1 million for the film. They had to reduce the budget of it. I'm not naming any names, but you could probably guess who.
Wow.
Yeah, that's really shame. That would have been really good because Bond villains, their death should always be some kind of sick joke on them in a way. It should. I mean, it's kind of like how Dr. No gets crushed by Guano in the books. Like the very thing he's using to help him take over the world has killed him. It's like a tragic irony.
Huh.
It is funny how John Glenn did not consider diamonds canon. So the reason why in For Your Eyes Only, Blofeld's in that paraplegic wheelchair is because he thought that On Her Majesty's Secret Service was the last time he saw Blofeld.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, and it kind of like takes away the continuity of Diamonds Are Forever, which kind of erased On Her Majesty's Secret Service and just continued on from You Only Live Twice. And I thought that was really bad as well.
It's a real big back and forth when it comes to that.
Wow. And I think they kind of like tried to redeem themselves a little bit with the beginning of For Your Eyes Only, but it just felt like a bit more rushed, and I really would have liked to have seen a good continuation of Majesty's Secret Service and see Bond really get that revenge. But yeah, fortunately, it didn't happen. And
again, you kind of get that with the beginning of Diamonds, but then it just sort of like, oh well. Yeah, you're not going to mention the wife that just literally died.
Just
like last week.
Yeah, it gets passed off as an afterthought, doesn't it? And it's kind of shit.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But back to this film.
Like I realized so much of the continuity and stuff between the Bond films. Like I don't think I put it together.
Continuity is very loose when it comes to the Bond films. It's sort of like, is it canon? Is it not? Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because they tried to really make it canon with the Daniel Craig ones, and I think it sort of held the series back a little bit. It did.
I mean, I applaud Skyfall at the time because it was very, it was episodic. He had no connections to Blofeld. He had no connections to Quantum. It was just a standalone adventure. And then Spectre was like, oh no, but we've got all this connection back. And it's
and I really hate how they sort of retcon Silver into it.
To be fair, that was pre-planned. that whole kind of episodic thing was pre-planned.
Yeah, really. I always thought it felt a little bit tacked on that De Silva was killed then because it was part of Blofeld's plan as well. I just didn't buy it.
I didn't understand it because, like, I mean, it seemed like he just went off on his own, but then all of a sudden he's a Spectre agent. That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he was orchestrated by Blofeld. I don't know. I don't know, but you know more about this inside, man. So yeah, it's just how it came across when I first saw it, and it kind of like bummed me out a little bit. But but if it was pre-planned, all right. It's just I just don't think it was
necessary.
I don't think it was needed. But that's just my opinion, though.
The execution was poor, but the concept was intriguing because, Marvel films had the interconnectivity, and I think that's what they were trying to do, but they just didn't stop to think and be like, okay, how can we actually make this work? And it just didn't work in the execution, which is a shame.
Damn.
You see, I would completely disagree with that, but
Yeah, we know more about this than we did anyway, because you've actually worked on these. So, but awesome. Yeah. But I do like how we come back to the beginning of here as well. It's like, and this time it's hair.
Oh, actually, I was gonna say this scene is pretty funny if you notice when the guys start making out with the pole.
Yeah.
And then the women come up and they just start blessing it, like, Lord, our husband's just made out with this fucking pole. Let's just clean it up. Oh shit! It's just like, damn.
Yeah, Craig Bond was too emotional. I don't know. I think he held his emotions in pretty well. I just think they tried to.
It's not fair. He was with Léa Seydoux. She cries in every movie.
Yeah. The first 3 films, I would disagree. In the first 3 films, yes, he has an emotional moment with Vesper, and the crux of Quantum is very emotional driven, but he does have a stern side to him in the first 3 films. In Spectre, he does drop the ball with it when it comes to like Madeline reacting to her father's death. I do think that Craig overplayed it just a bit, but then in No Time to Die, it is very emotional driven because it is the end of Craig's tenure.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I hear people talking about Daniel Craig. He's become a little bit of a woman. In these Bond movies. He's overly emotional and all that. But in probably one of the best Bond movies ever, we've got Bond sitting in the car, crying his fucking eyes out. So
in Majesty's Secret Service.
In Majesty's Secret Service, he's sitting there blubbing like a child.
Yeah, I like the fact that as soon as he starts to cry, it cuts straight to the end. Like you don't really see, and I think that should be good. If you ever see Bond being emotional, it should cut away. Same thing for Skyfall. It doesn't. It doesn't dwell on him. It kind of cuts away straight away. It leaves Bond to break down in peace without us being there.
And I mean,
Majesty's
I think it's an absolute masterpiece. I love On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I think
I agree.
It's the best story. It's the most accurately adapted story from book to screen.
I feel like I gotta definitely rewatch it now. Gotta rewatch it, and I gotta read the book.
Majesty's is really great.
It's absolutely brilliant. Even though I knew the ending was coming in the book, I still got emotional reading it.
I have a problem with certain action scenes with George Lazenby, but there is something about the emotional bits, the emotional beats, especially the montage. It just works. He really sells it, and I don't think Connery could play that. I know I would love to have Connery in that, but I think that there is something about Lazenby's inexperience that really lended itself to Majesty's.
Yep.
Yep. Agree. I think Lazenby would have improved if they kept him on because he still had a good look about him, didn't he?
Also, with the final scene, obviously the director said James Bond doesn't cry, but I would have actually liked to have seen that take where Lazenby cries in the final scene. Because he read the Majesty's book, the ending, while next to Diana Rigg, and yeah, I would have loved to have seen an emotional bond in that moment, because that would have been a great way to, strip back.
Yeah.
I will say I do knock a bit of a points off the ending, because it then quickly cuts to the James Bond upbeat theme song.
Yeah, I
like
know.
a
That's
minute
I know.
she dies. I'm like,
It is.
ooh, okay.
Yeah, they should have just let it be quiet
uh,
as well. Just let the credits roll,
or play We Have All the Time in the World.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it. I mean, it does have, we have all the time of the world, and it has that amazing John Barry piece of music.
John Barry's fantastic. I
Oh
think
my god,
that is one
it's
of
just
his
a
best
great score.
scores.
Yeah.
Because I
And
do
it's
have a
kind
problem
of
with
slightly
the
Stunts in
experimental
that
as well.
film as well. The skiing scenes. I mean, geez, you feel the fucking speed when they're going down those hills.
Yeah, Willy Bogner,
Oh,
isn't it? Yeah.
I think the
I do remember
editing in On Her Majesty's Secret Service, especially for the early films, was top notch. Especially because it was directed by the guy who's been editing those films, and watching Peter Hunt just directing and editing, there are so many beautiful shots.
Yeah.
I could talk forever about Majesties, because it is like one of the greatest Bond films.
Oh, it's a beautiful film to watch.
We're gonna have to,
I'll pull that up
we're
as
gonna
a
have to come back to
future stream
discuss
anyway.
that.
I'll pull it up as a future stream. We can talk about that a little bit more anyway. So we'll get back to Live and Let Die now, and because I think we're going
Back
3
to the
hours in
Moore
now,
era.
and want to try and get done very soon as well. And
of course.
so back
Oh,
to
this is the best
we're
spot.
back to this guy, the freaky goat guy with the fucking snake, and apparently she was fucking frightened to death of that as well. She was really shitting herself, the poor lass. Loads of people were.
I just love that shot, screen grab you got of Roger Moore. He's just like, yep, okay.
I know, and he's kind of waiting as well because he's got Quold planting the bombs in the poppy fields as well, and he has to wait for it all to go off. And it is look like the snake's going to come closer, and Bond can't help her, otherwise he's going to jeopardise the whole operation. But then something happens, a little bit of a ex machina, I should say.
Yeah.
Well, it looked like he was going to shoot the guy just at that moment, because he pulled out his revolver, and all of a sudden he just pulls back. So I think he would have saved her, but thankfully he didn't have to.
Yeah. And obviously, this woman taps on the grave, and we found out later it's all a big ruse as well. And the tapping is like a signal to lower the platform so they can do the whole, make it look like this guy's coming out of his grave.
Mm-hmm.
But here's another hole as well. How did they do this all the time? Just have the fake Baron Samedi pop up and then they kill someone because. Yeah, then Bond shoots the bastard, and it turns out it's all it's an animatronic.
Porcelain. It's like a porcelain animatronic. Yeah. But it's funny because everyone freaks out about it though. Like they're like, oh.
Yeah, I know, because it's kind of shattered the image of this guy that's come back from the dead, which in the book was originally Mr. Big as well. People assumed he was some kind of zombie.
What?
Yeah, they did. They assumed he was a zombie. It was like it was like a fake rumor about him as well, just to keep people intimidated by him. And thankfully, Quoll comes through. He blows up the poppy fields, and then the real Baron Samedi comes up, and he just has this fucking laugh, and it's brilliant.
Also, gotta say, Moore pulling off the turtleneck. I think he does it better than Craig.
Yeah, I think that was just for the publicity shot for Spectre, and sadly we never got to see him in it. I don't think, was he wearing a turtleneck in that one?
I think towards the end of it.
Yeah, I know he wears like a bomber jacket and combat trousers and stuff like that, but I don't know if I can't remember seeing if he had a turtleneck on.
I definitely don't remember.
But yeah, Roger Moore fucking owns that turtleneck. You're right there. I mean, I don't think I could ever pull that off as well as he can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he knocks Baron Samedi into the snakes, and yeah, like you said before, he was shitting himself, but obviously because royalty was there, he thought, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to look like a total pussy in front of her. And Bond already realises this is a way to get down into the layer, and he just kicks this guy who was was not expecting that.
I like how they're all in like red and blue.
Yeah, color coordinated.
Just
The red shirts always get it.
Standard henchman tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love the design as well. Yeah, I think this has got to be Ken Adams because look,
gotta
how
be
can
Ken
you not?
Adams.
Yeah, how can you look at this and not think Ken Adams?
Yeah.
Yeah, even Kananga's kind of in a good mood, even though Bond blew up his poppy fields because fuck it, he hasn't really made much of an impact. He can still set up shop and still continue his operation. And I think he must have had a few drinks because he seems to be a bit more chatty and a little bit more. He's smiling a lot more as well, and he seems to have a bit more of a sense of humor. And I think I don't. It's kind of
That
weird.
definitely was where he fucked up because he could have just killed him. Just
Yeah.
shot him right there, shot him in the leg.
Yeah, he could have shot Bond with that gas pellet as well. Blew him up.
Yeah, that's just shot him in the foot. Watch his foot blow up.
Yeah. This is still funny though. Whisper just laughs off the shack. And he thinks, I'll just embarrass my own henchman in front of my enemy.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm tapping on the touchscreen just to scroll through the slides. Sorry about that, man. Hope it's not distracting. I'm trying to be a little bit more gentle anyway. Hopefully you don't hear it too much.
I couldn't even tell.
But yeah, and it's obviously he's not going to fuck about now. And he does do the dumb Bond villain thing where he reveals his information. Yeah,
I do love that line he says where he's like, "Oh, like I forget how Kananga says it, but then he's like, "What do you want?" And then Bond's like, "An earthquake," because underground.
Yeah. Yeah, and Bond already figures it out as well. So now he finds out, this is how you transport your heroin through these little underground monorails, these little trains, all that stuff. And I love this little line as well. Where's Bond? He must be tied up somewhere. Cut to him being tied up. Yeah, that great sense of humour, that great Guy Hamilton sense of humour. It's... Yeah, I think, and as much as I love Dark Bond, you just got to find the balance between having a sense of humour and grounding him. And because I think GoldenEye did that pretty well, and we need to see more like that. That takes that kind of.
I liked a lot of the early films, but they sometimes with more. It takes it a bit too far with the comedy, and the Craig films sometimes they take it a bit too far with the dark elements. I would really like to have like a middle ground sort of situation. I think in No Time to Die, there was the stairway fight and he kills a guy and makes a quip. And I think that was classic Bond when he blew out the guy's eye out. And I wish we had more moments of that throughout the Craig films. Now, will we get that in the next Bond? Don't know.
Because there was still some good moments in No Time to Die, and Craig does actually put in a really good performance, but yeah, it just felt a little bit like they was just trying to pack too much into it. But
it tried to be a lot of different things and make its mark on the Bond franchise, and it did. It made its mark, and for better or worse, a lot of people have a lot of opinions about it. It certainly succeeded, but a lot of people are scared of what they're going to do of the next Bond because there is a lot of uncertainty now. You know, with the previous Bonds, you're like, oh, they're just going to reboot, but with this next Bond, there's a big gap to fill, considering how Craig was Bond for longer than Moore.
Was it really?
I think you know, I mean, I know that, you know, just recently, I think it's been more recently since No Time to Die came out, that Daniel Craig has had a lot more criticism for his tenure as Bond. And people are kind of looking back on them and saying, you know, they're not as good as we kind of think they are. But I would suggest, and it's happened all the way through these Bond movies, you know, since the beginning of Bond, that there'll come a time where everybody reappraises those movies.
Oh, 100%.
People that previously had said, you know, I didn't quite I didn't quite like that, but now, but it's the same with me with a lot of the Roger Moore stuff. I mean, I absolutely loathed Moonraker, and I loathed For Your Eyes Only. But there's only a few elements out of those movies that I don't like, but it doesn't mean that I don't like the movies. I love them. I love all of the Bond movies. All of the
I
official.
feel like everyone, most of my friends because none of my friends really have seen any of the old Bond movies, or they've seen very few of them. But whenever they talk about Daniel Craig, they always just reference the Casino Royale fight in the beginning.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
amazing.
That's mainly the only
Amazing,
thing
yeah.
anyone ever talks about. No one really.
You-
And
you-
it's, I mean, it is a good scene. It's a very,
Yeah.
very fantastic, and it's in black and white. It's just,
Yeah.
but that's like everyone's piece.
But I like
the
the
whole part.
I like the stairwell fight. The stairwell fight, it for me, I think is the fight of fights. I think it's fucking amazing.
From
where
No
he
Time to
just
Die.
kind of
Yeah, because he's got
throws
like
the
guy
guy
with
over
a
the
fucking
stairwell.
machete, and
Oh
he's having to use
I
his
think-
jacket to defend himself. It's
It's
I think with the next Bond, a lot of people will criticize the Craig era a lot more because when the next Bond comes out, that first film, if it is as hard as Casino Royale, a lot of people will be like, "Oh, it's better than the Craig era," because a lot of people hated the Brosnan era because they saw a serious Bond with Craig. I always had a soft spot for Brosnan, so I'm a Brosnan supporter. But I will admit that, I did feel a bit of Brosnan apathy at a point where I'm like, oh, it's just campy. It's not as great. But when it came to the Craig films, they gave us a lot more darker elements, and a lot more emotional beats compared to previously.
That's true. That's fair.
Yeah, I will give credit to the Craig era. They did feel like they were taking chances and trying to move Bond in a new direction, because Die Another Day nearly fucking killed him, I think, as well, and especially after how batshit insane it went with the CGI and the special effects.
Yeah. I mean, that was the first one. That was the first of the Bond movies that I worked on, and it was terrible. A terrible film.
I feel so bad because that movie was like a favorite. I remember when I saw it in theaters, and because I love the Aston Martin, like the Vanquish, the Vanish, or Vanquish or
the
whatnot.
Vanquish, yeah.
And I love the beginning when he's in the tank and he's just like, the what is it, the floating thing.
Oh, the hovercraft.
The hovercraft, I like that.
Oh,
that
I
whole
love the
intro
opening
was pretty
sequence
cool.
in Die Another Day.
Yeah, and then I kind of liked how he was in prison, but at the same time,
that first opening is probably Die Another Day at its best.
Mm-hmm.
It's the second half. It's the second half when it really starts to go down for me.
Yeah, I think as soon as you feature Madonna in any movie, I think you know that you're onto a loser.
I do think the car fight is it is one of my favorite car battles. A Bond car to have against a Bond villain's car, each one of them countering each other's moves. I'm like, this is fantastic. And I thought we were going to get that with Spectre. I was like, oh, if they can do that in Die Another Day, I really would love to see that in Spectre, but it's just a car chase through Rome.
Yeah.
It's a
I feel
fast
like
car
Die
chase,
Another Day
right?
is definitely the guilty pleasure of the Bond.
Yeah, I
film.
agree.
There's someone scratching them for a minute.
I think it's downstairs. Sorry.
Yeah. No, this is actually pretty intense as well because you're wondering, okay, why is he cutting his arm? I mean, he's not going to drown him. So he's got something else planned. And I think you'll find those wounds quite fatal. And I love how he's sort of trying to brave his way through the pain while saying, try something more in a simple vein.
Yeah.
But then we come back to the watch with a magnet, and he gets the gas pellet.
I just want to say that Mr. E is right when Bond's hitting the balls and he's like, "You're touching my balls."
Yeah.
Bro, they're being smashed.
Yeah, we got the sharks as well, and sharks were pretty much a big thing in the book as well. And
yeah, they were. Yeah.
That
the
watch sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it? They didn't establish it.
Yeah, it just started spinning.
And apparently, it's in waters that's not well known for having sharks in it whatsoever. But in the book, they established that sharks shouldn't be here. But and it is a very different climax as well because the ending in the book is basically the scene in For Your Eyes Only where Bond and Melina Havelock are being dragged by the boat.
Yeah, it is. It's exactly that.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
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 Yeah, Whisper kind of survives this unless he unless they leave him in that container where he dies with lack of oxygen. I don't know. But,
I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Oh man.
yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
And also, what's the fucking move Kananga's
already
doing
breathe,
as
he
well?
already
He
has
has his
trouble
tongue out.
breathing.
He has his hands up like that for some reason, just before he tries to slash Bond here. It's weird, but fuck
Yeah,
it.
he's gone nuts by this point.
Yeah. Plus, he's had a few drinks as well. I think he's drank way too much and all. And he starts Comey fucking gas pellet into his
And you know what?
into his mouth.
I want to say this real quick. People will say like black people can't swim. This is very much proving that, because there's no way this guy would just let himself be taken down.
Hey,
like
Black people can't swim,
you
but they
doing?
can
Spike,
fly.
Swim away.
Yeah, it looks a little bit fake now, and you can tell this was shot at distance, and they just zoomed in at the last minute because the picture goes
The
really
thing is,
grainy, doesn't it?
the thing about this is that the prosthetic makeup wasn't done by Rick Baker. Baron Samedi, the sculpt of Baron Samedi, the cast of Baron Samedi that he shoots, wasn't done by Rick Baker. They gave Rick Baker the job of making the inflatable Kananga, and he was so disappointed that he didn't get to do all the really cool stuff, because this was kind of like the beginning of Rick Baker's career. You know, he was like a young guy, but they gave him.
Why does that name sound familiar? What else has he done?
American Werewolf in London, Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
The werewolf. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh man, I feel like his name just sounds familiar. I don't.
Yeah. It's
it's very well known. It's like back in the heyday of like special effects, along with Rob Bottin and all that stuff, and Stan Winston. It's he's definitely one of the top pioneers in that era.
Yeah. I've worked with Stan Winston and Rick Baker at different
That's
points.
awesome. Bring back practical effects, please.
Yeah,
Jesus.
come on, we need more. We don't.
Oh.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it's not really gory as well. He actually just bursts like a fucking balloon, and there's nothing but air. Yeah, obviously
it's the sound effect, isn't it? It's the
Really, he always did have an overinflated ego about himself. But yeah, he gets away with a girl, and they got a nice little transport as well. It's not just for storing drugs; it helps them get to safety, and And you can't beat Bond going on a train when you know some shit's going to happen. It's
what is up with that? Bond and trains and henchmen. It's like a thing that goes hand in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, even though Spectre had its problems, I still like that train fight with him and Dave Bautista.
Oh yeah, Batista was in. Oh my gosh, I've literally probably seen the Daniel Craig Bond movies. Like,
yeah, but his most dangerous weapon, nails, metal nails.
Yeah, yeah, fucking gouges that guy's eyes out. Christ, that's pretty violent for. Yeah, and pretty violent way to kill someone in a PG film, and this is PG in 2015, not hardcore PG from the 80s. But then again, we got the 12 certificate, which is basically our PG-13, but even fucking safe films get a 12 certificate these days.
For
us, we got a PG, M, and then MA15.
Yeah. See, back in the day, I mean, when this was released, so this was an A, certificate A. So we had a U, A, AA, and X.
Yeah, X was like really hard to market as well because fucking hell, because I was like the one where if you had an X, it would be a very hard time. It would get released as well unless you made cuts.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I could never understand that. You know, when people were trying to release a film, and the filmmakers are saying, or the studios are saying, we really don't want an X certificate because we want more people to go and see it. I'm sorry, but I always, to me, that was like it's gimmick, it's marketing gimmick. Wow, this is an X certificate, so it must be fucking gnarly, I
know it's lost its impact as well. If you see a film with an 18 certificate, it's like, oh yeah, it's a film with a lot of violence. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a big
Yeah,
deal.
there's that's right. I mean, it's the whole kind of desensitization. We get shown so much of the same thing. It's like this homogenized cinema that we're seeing now.
Because a
Yeah,
lot of
no.
the movies from the past have in Australia have been reevaluated in terms of its rating. Because I went to one of the stores and I saw Predator and it was rated M,
Right.
like the original Predator, and I'm like, this is M. And then I saw a lot of other films that were just like PG, and then they had like so much swearing back then. So I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
what is
yeah,
going on?
yeah.
I think Die Hard's an M too, which
Yeah.
boggled my mind. But I was like, I'm for it.
Yeah, certificates are really fucking inconsistent. Like, there's some films that got a PG-13 in America, but we got a 15 here, and that's 15 is the same rating as Deadpool.
Because I know that GoldenEye was censored in England because of a headbutt or something like that.
Yeah, and
headbutt?
I know,
Yeah,
because
headbutt.
when they had GoldenEye on video, right after Brosnan kills Onatop, fucking Natalia just wakes up and it's like, oh yeah, you're awake, you're fine, let's move on. And I was like, wait, what? What the fuck's going on there? And only
Yeah, I
till I
think-
realised,
I think at that time we had a guy called James Furman who was head of the BBFC, or British Board of Film Classification, and he was notorious for just cutting or wanting cuts in everything.
Because I know that you guys advertised a director's cut of Casino Royale, like an unrated cut, and I was like, oh, what's up with this? And I watched it and I was like, this is just Casino Royale.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of these uncut versions with the higher rating that seem to be a bit of a gimmick as well. I saw The Mummy, the uncut version with Brendan Fraser. It's a 15, which is higher than the 12 rating it originally got. I watch it. It's the same thing as before. It's the same thing as before. There was no extra gore or anything like that. It was really stupid, and thank God I got it cheap as well, because I would have felt ripped off by that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and
That's how they get you.
I know. But now Bond and Solitaire getting on the train now. They've conquered. They've killed the bad guy. They've destroyed his operation. They're all safe now. And what they're going to do for 16 hours? Well, Bond is going to find a way to kill off time with her. But then we get some shots. Yeah, then we get these shots of these bags as well, and I love how the camera just focuses on them, and it's like, yeah, something's up there. Something's going on. And I love the fact that she beats him at card game as well. And he's a bit of a sore loser here as well.
He's like, you know what? Now I'm gonna do? I'm gonna beat you.
I think she cheated.
I can't get lucky at cards. I'll get lucky with this instead.
I know one way to test if she's cheating.
Yeah. And He's back. Teehee is fucking back. Yeah. Oh yeah. We almost forgot about him. Yeah. No, he's still here. And it does add a little bit of suspense here as well, because he's lurking somewhere in the back, and they have no idea what's happening. And she has. I love this bit. The slightest touch of her hand, and he's just about to reach out with his hook and
whip her fingers off. Oh God.
Yeah.
It's like chops them off real quick.
God, he's fun, this actor. He is. He's got this fucking evil smile. I love it. I love it when villains smile.
See, he fucked up. He should have just hid in the closet, and then the minute they started like clapping, he could have just came out, did the smile, and then
he should have just killed her while she was yammering on as well. I mean, she was right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get to a pretty short but sweet fight scene as well. He's just using whatever he can to stop him from using his hook on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's pretty fucking lethal. He just demolishes that ladder with it and all.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's looking like
this is the part that I didn't. This is the part that I didn't understand, because those are Solitaire's probably like cuticle cleaners or whatever.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they were able to cut these like thick wires, you would just assume it wouldn't, but he just like clips them all quick.
Yeah, I know as well. I'm wondering how it's or it's operated as well, because it's not electronic operated through nerves, and it seems very more just like mechanisms,
Mechanical.
and that's it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, like he should have like a switch in the other hand or something, or like something to squeeze that makes it open and close or something.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people have using like their nerves as well in the latest technology with this kind of stuff, but I don't know, you kind of roll with it as well. It's this one of the few things you kind of let go, because he is a very memorable character, and it does lead to this very funny kill.
Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's got to be a kill. No way would he survive that, unless if he did, it would have really fucked him up.
I mean, you guys saw the new Indiana Jones film. I heard that someone also fell off a train and survived. So.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you must have watched the new Star Wars, because people get impaled by lightsabers and survive that for some fucking reason.
The train is going at top speed. He gets hit by a sign, and he has this small little scar. Just a small little scar. Yeah. Nothing else.
Yeah, it's like Homer Simpson when he gets his head trapped in a fucking drawbridge, and cars are running over his head, and cut to him later, he's just got a big tire mark on his head, and Lisa's like, shouldn't you go to the hospital? He's like, nah, I'll walk it off.
I gotta see that.
Yeah, it's the episode where Lisa makes it look like she's going to a trip on her own, and it turns out she's trying to go to a museum. It's I forgot what the name of it was, but it's very funny.
That's awesome.
And yeah, once again, Bond uses the guy's weapon against him to take him down, and I love that. I always love it when Bond uses the villain's very own sort of gimmick against them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously she has no idea what the fuck's happened. She thinks Bond's just being a bit of a fucking prick, and he doesn't mention it to her as well. I like it. He just doesn't. He thinks, "Now, what do I learn here? I'll just play along."
I mean, he does tell her, just not in a way.
And in that scene, there was a bit of a nip slip. There was like the slightest of nip slips when she turns over, right when he opens when she moves her arm. There's like the slightest of scene. It's like probably like that guy laughing at the wedding.
I wish I would have caught that as well, but yeah, I probably would have got flagged anyway.
That's true.
I know. What are you doing? I'm just being disarming, darling. And it ends with this really fucking little. Once again, it's ridiculous, but it's a nice little note to end on as well. Like Baron Samedi really can come back from the fucking dead.
Right? Yeah. Like the voodoo was real. This whole time, the voodoo was real.
Yeah.
And I love the match cut as well. As soon as it closes in onto his face, it cuts straight to the skull and flames.
Yes. I definitely love the old Bond intros. I mean, like, Daniel Craig's were okay, and I really didn't like Billie Eilish's song. Not just because I don't like Billie Eilish, so I'm biased, but even so, I feel like the old theme songs were just so good.
Yeah, I don't think Billie Eilish can sing, to be honest. I really don't.
She whispers. She's like,
whispers. I don't like.
It's a bit passe, isn't it?
I like the end bit with when she, shouts the theme "No Time to Die" towards the end. I'm like, my gosh, this is really good. And then I realized that's the end of the song. She whispers throughout the whole song, and I'm like, I wish she would have actually sang towards the end.
Like just belted.
Yeah, I wish Bond films would have a bit of a kick to them these days, because they seem to go a bit too bloody slow. And as much as I like Adele's
Skyfall, the one that I can't stand is the Sam Smith one. I absolutely.
I just don't like Sam. I just don't like Sam Smith in general.
No,
I don't like his songs.
I mean, the guy sounds like he's crying. I mean, he kind of cry sings. You know what I mean? It's fucking weird.
Well, have you seen Sam Smith lately?
Yeah, he looks like He looks like someone's fucking nan. One of those fag nans. Pick you up from school whenever your mum was at work, or pick up customers, or that sort of thing.
He's kind of become a bit of a professional victim, isn't he? He's one of these. He's a professional victim now.
I don't think we've had a good Bond song since Casino Royale with "You Know My Name." I think
great
that
song.
song is just one of my favorites.
It's one I didn't appreciate when it first came out, but I love it more now these days. I really do.
Yeah.
I mean, before I preferred Skyfall over "You Know My Name," but the more I listen to it, the more I really like "You Know My Name."
It's an amazing song.
I agree.
I agree.
I went to because I go to the Royal Albert Hall quite a bit,
Oh, awesome.
and
That's cool.
Nice.
we went to they did a live performance with the London Symphony Orchestra of Casino Royale. So we had the movie playing on like this 40-foot high screen. David Arnold was there,
Oh,
and he was kind of playing the guitar. But the day we actually went of the concert with the orchestra, because Chris Cornell was actually going to be there to sing the theme tune live, and the day before he had committed suicide.
Damn, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
That
was
is
the day,
too.
day
Cornell, I
before.
thought Chris
So,
Cornell had a heart attack.
no, apparently it was suicide.
Oh man, Jesus Christ!
yeah.
He's a
Yeah.
very talented guy as well. Very talented
I
guy.
love Soundgarden. And Audio Slave. I love most of the stuff he's done.
Yeah, yeah,
Kind of like
but
Chester Bennington of Linkin Park. It's like, but why?
yeah,
Like you're
yeah.
loved by
Chester
so many.
Bennett. I know Chester Bennington offed himself, and yeah, he had a lot of fucking trauma from his past as well. That
But see, what's funny is I know it's not. We're talking about Bond themes, but it's funny how you have bands like Korn or like Megadeth or all these like grindcore bands that have probably been through
Yeah.
such horrible things, and they don't
Yeah.
make nearly as much money as these people that actually do take their lives, and it's just like wow, it's just crazy how it works
Yeah,
that way.
yeah. I'll tell you one song that I really do like. I like the theme song to Quantum of Solace. I really like it. It's not everybody's cup of tea.
Yeah.
It's not everyone's cup of
It's
tea.
not
there's a
my.
good, I
but
think
I
there's a
really
good
like
song in there. Just had the wrong people on it, to be honest. I think Alicia Keys could have done it on her own, or Jack Black should have done it on his own.
Lyrically, it's fine, but like in terms of the lyrics, but the actual singing, both of them together, I don't think it worked
love it.
well.
I would
I
have
don't
preferred
know.
Alicia
really love it.
Keys do it on her
I
own
didn't even
because
realize it was Jack Black. It was Jack Black.
Jack White.
Jack
Jack
White.
White,
Jack
yeah,
Black.
Jack White. Fucking hell.
Jack
the
Black
White
is
Stripes.
different.
Jack
I was
White.
like, wait,
Sounds like a
what?
good combination.
Alicia Keys and Jack Black? Yeah, I mean, I'd be down.
Best
there's
Bond
one-
song ever.
Yeah, I think there's one actual. There's one great band. Well, it's not really a band. It's kind of like a super band performed by members of separate bands, and it's the Last Shadow Puppets, Alex Turner and Miles Kane.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
From
Yeah,
the
these two should
Aqua
team up
Chat,
and do a
yeah.
Bond theme. If you listen
Oh
to their
my
first album,
gosh.
The Age of the Understatement, some of them sound like they could be Bond themes or
Ah,
spaghetti
totally.
western themes or both.
I agree. I fully
I'd like
agree with that.
David Arnold to come back.
Yeah, I'd like David
Yeah,
Arnold
yeah.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, he had that brass to his music, didn't he? Like that.
I mean, John Barry gave him the seal of approval because I
Yeah.
mean, apparently he was going to come back, but then when he heard David Arnold, he was like, "Why do you want me? You've got my successor
Yeah.
right here, essentially."
Yeah, to be honest, he probably was the best composer for Bond films in the Brosnan area, better than Eric Serra was for GoldenEye. Because
My favorite score is
Yeah.
Die Another Day. I absolutely love everything about Die Another Day's score. There's just something about it that just feels very classic Bond. And
Dave Arnold really does bring a real sense of adventure with his scores as well. I mean, he puts a lot of brass into the action music as well, and I love that.
I do want him to come back because with the Craig era, it feels like we're about to get Arnold's peak, but he didn't return for Skyfall for some reason, and I wish he did because he didn't actually get to conduct the Bond theme throughout action scenes in the first two Craig films, which was such a shame. But I get what they were trying to do. It was Bond becoming James Bond.
Yeah, Mystery mentioned Propeller Head. I was like, oh, I'll give that a try. I'll give that a try. Yeah.
Yeah,
Bond
I mean
films
the Shaken and Stirred album that he did before he was after the Bond is great. It's a fantastic album.
What?
His versions of some of the older Bond themes.
One
Propeller
of my
Head one
favorites
was
is
really good.
one of my favorites is his redux of the On Her Majesty Secret Service theme. I think
Oh,
it's
it's fucking
really
amazing!
fantastic.
Oh my
I think I
god!
might.
Yeah,
Wait, did they
it's
used to play
incredible.
that during the football matches, like the Premier League and all that stuff? When they were doing recaps, because I think I might have heard that.
No, I don't think so, mate. I can't.
Yeah,
I can't recall
did
that.
it almost sound like Moby's Bond theme, but only this time it was
Mm-mm,
Propeller
mm-mm.
Head doing
No,
that.
kind of. I mean, I've got the CD single CDs, thing of the past, but I've got the CD single as well as the as well as the album. But the CD's
That's
got
cool,
like the
man.
full. Yeah, it's really really good. I mean, you got the full orchestral version, and then you got the kind of propeller head version as well, which is fucking it's amazing. Really really amazing.
If you guys can send Northern these, that way I can listen to them. Because like I
Well, we've got
love,
YouTube anyway. I can always just
yeah.
pop them on later.
Well,
So
I gotta know who to. Yeah, I don't know the.
yeah,
Oh, that's awesome. It's so
Some
cool.
great music though, Bond music, fantastic.
I think the Bond's music, like, even if it's not your cup of tea, it really speaks to someone out there. I think with each Bond film, there is a particular taste that, you know, you've got the early John Barry, you know, music, and those are very guitar oriented with the Bond theme.
Yeah.
And then you got the
Yeah.
more Barry, which is a lot more, orchestral. And I do think that Barry does, I don't want to say gets lazy, but his Bond theme in the Moore era does feel very similar if you actually listen to it. And
Yeah, you're right. Yes, it does.
while I really liked it in The Man with the Golden Gun because that was his first. But then when you hear it in Moonraker and then Octopussy and then A View to a Kill, it is very similar. However, when he came back for Living Daylight, his last film, it was very different. Each Bond had their own John Barry sort of theme, and each Bond had a particular style, and the orchestra had to suit that particular Bond. And Brosnan was very much sort of like an amalgamation of the Bonds that came before, and obviously David Arnold knew that, and he tailor-made the Bond for the music for Brosnan as well as Craig. So I think each Bond had particular music, and each Bond had their particular tastes, and it works because each Bond film has very unique sound. With Bill Conti's, going back to that, it's very different to the movie that he made, and that is the only music where I'm like, I don't think it suits the I respect it, but I don't think it suits the movie.
Yeah,
I agree.
I can't. It's the only one that I don't listen to. I mean, I've got them
I
all.
like Bill Conti as well.
The only one I don't
I
listen
like his Rocky soundtrack. Although it's
yeah.
just not right for this movie. It should have probably just had another a more classical kind of composer in there. Because Michael Kamen's really does suit License to Kill, though. I mean, it's a much more harder, violent one, and it's very reminiscent of like Lethal Weapon and Die Hard as well.
I think Eric Serra, for me, has a love-hate relationship. Like, I think the opening music he does, fantastic. I think the tank chase, fantastic. But the rest of it is
was actually scored by someone else. They actually put another composer for the tank chase.
Because I heard the original, and I'm like, I don't think it suits it. And I think Eric Serra has some great moments in it, but I mean, that car chase at the beginning, I don't think it's good, like the music wise.
Yeah. No, I'd agree with that.
I mean, I would just say my favorite theme, my favorite Bond song, hands down, would probably be "Diamonds Are Forever."
Yeah, I love it. Even though Diamonds Are Forever is probably the weaker Bond film.
Yeah,
better than the book, though. Miles better than the fucking book. The book is boring. I love Bond.
Again, I think the music was tailor-made for it because she did Goldfinger, Shirley Bassey, and it was very brass. It was very big, bombastic, and then Diamonds, a lot more subtle, a lot more unique. And then there's Moonraker, which was very sweeping. So I think John Barry knew what he was doing when it came to that.
Shit. Damn.
Yeah, so there's something about getting the more soulful singers into the Bond films, like Shirley Bassey and Gladys Knight, and even Tina Turner for Goldeneye. I mean, they just bring this sort of like style to it, and I can't really put my finger on it though, but it adds somehow it adds a more of a sleekness to it.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
that's
you should have
great.
more
Actually.
soul singers doing these Bond
that.
themes. You know, get a good brass band in the back as well, and just really bring out, make it sound bombastic and big and grand, and just really get people, you know, hyped up for the movie they have in store.
Mm. Hell yeah!
Like for all
Great.
the faults of A View to a Kill, that song, that theme song in
It
A
was
View to
cool,
a Kill,
man.
just
Oh, that's Duran
it
Duran,
was
right?
so great.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, and it should be out of place because it's such an 80s pop band, but I fucking love it though. I can't but sing
A
it.
View to a Kill.
Yeah.
It's funny
I
though,
mean,
isn't it? I mean, John Barry had said that working with both Aha and Duran Duran,
Oh yeah, oh no,
both
actually,
terrible
yeah, I forgot the Living
experiences.
Daylights. Oh what?
I thought he
No.
liked his time with Duran Duran though.
Apparently
I
they
completely
actually
forgot
did
about
actually have a
Aha.
physical fight in the studio. Two of the band.
Oh really?
Yeah, literally came to blows. Apparently,
Damn.
and an actual punch up. Yeah.
He
Jeez.
got Duran Duran.
Yeah.
Wild. Yeah, I forgot that Aha did the Living Daylights. That probably
Yeah, I
be
kind
my
of like
first,
that one though as
first
well.
favorite.
It's
Then
yeah,
I
Band
really
of Tucson.
like it.
Yeah, it's really good. I don't like License to Kill song though.
Oh,
don't you?
yeah.
I like it. I like License to Kill. I don't. I actually don't.
Me, I don't know. I feel like with License to Kill's tone, it should have been a hard-hitting song, but it's
Mm.
very passive. I don't know. Like I can't get into it.
I guess that's true, given how the movie is.
Mm.
Yeah, but
See the movie. I've got a real soft spot for License to Kill. You know, the soundtrack, the song, and the movie. I just I don't know. I was just absolutely devastated when I knew that Timothy Dalton wasn't going to be the next. You know, wasn't going to stick with Bond. But
Was
then
it
of
because
course
of legal reasons?
yeah, and then of course that was kind of well overcompensated by having Pierce Brosnan and GoldenEye, which was what a movie that is.
Oh, and
It's just
I
I
forgot.
love it.
Garbage did The World Is Not Enough. Garbage
Of
nailed
course,
it.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
The
like
music
that
video.
song.
oh no, I didn't mind that. I didn't really hate it either.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've always been a Shirley Manson fan, so I thought she was
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
From Angel Fish to Garbage to Goodbye, Mr. McKenzie.
yeah, I like the fact, and I don't like the fact that the theme tune for "Live and Let Die" is like, I mean, because it's like we said before, it's a take on the blaxploitation era. Yet you got a white Liverpudlian from, it's doing it, and it's still fucking
It's
wet
true.
for some reason. It's still
true.
wet.
They
Yeah.
should have had a like Marvin Gaye or someone I don't know.
I would love that.
I mean,
like,
people know
funk artist.
people know the song "Live and Let Die" more than they do the actual film. Like,
You're right.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that-
think
yeah,
I think
definitely.
it won an award as well, wasn't it? First Bond
Like-
theme to win an Oscar, well, some award anyway.
like the only one that goes hand in hand is Goldfinger in terms of it being, recognized with the film and the theme.
Absolutely,
Whereas
yeah,
Live and
yeah.
Let Die, I mean, like it's outdone its film. Like
Mm.
when you bring up Live and Let Die as a film in terms of like, discussing it about it, everyone's like, oh, yeah, that film. Was it Roger Moore's first film? But when you talk about the song, it's like, oh yeah, the song is great.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
I'm not even that
because
much of a fan of
because
Wings.
the amount of people that have covered it, there've been so many cover versions of it, and so many rock bands love to do it. It's just a great song for them to play.
Yeah, I think the only one close enough was Guns N' Roses. That did a pretty decent one, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
But,
think I've heard that version. I haven't heard the Alice Cooper version you were saying, but I think I was getting confused with Axl Rose.
yeah, I'll try and give that a go. The Axl Rose version, the Alice Cooper version, because I've heard Alice Cooper's version of The Man with the Golden Gun, and that is pretty fucking awesome. I'd recommend you listen to it if you can find it.
And who was the band that did Spectre, and they fucked up
Robot
massively
Head
by
or Radiohead?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and they played it live.
Radiohead.
They played it live, and of course, it was kind of, that was it. It went online and was out there, and they were dropped.
I don't mind that version of the theme, but for some reason they did not go with them, and we got Sam Smith.
Yeah, I mean, what a pile of shit.
It was fucking crap. I hated it.
Like, say what you will about the Man with the Golden Guns theme, but at least the lyrics are memorable. Like,
yeah, he has a powerful weapon.
It sounds like she's having fun as well. It's still a fun sounding song.
Yeah,
I actually prefer the Man with the Golden Guns ending theme than the intro.
Yeah,
I think it just works better.
Yeah,
because they did the second version at the end credits, didn't they? And I think I know what you mean a little bit there.
It kind of starts off quite slow, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then it picks up.
Yeah, then you get into the.
Yeah, there's loads of memorable ones. I love Tom Jones's Thunderball as well, and
I really enjoy that. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, and there was a weird period in the Roger Moore era where the themes were starting to go a bit slow after Nobody Does It Better, and I think it wasn't until A View to a Kill that started bringing it to trying to make the themes a bit more exciting again.
Yeah, Nobody Does It Better is a great montage song, but and it's very slow and it fits The Spy Who Loved Me. But then after that, they did Moonraker, which was, a lot more sweeping, slower. And I'm like, that's fine. But then with For Your Eyes Only, I'm like, we're still going on with this. And then Octopussies, which was, we're at an all-time high. I got mixed feelings about that one.
Yeah, no, I think I have a soft spot for it now since Mark Wahlberg murdered it in Ted. So
yeah,
what?
Yeah,
Ted. What's Ted? The movie with Mark Wahlberg.
I don't remember him singing. Jeez.
Even autumn. Oh, it's great. It's funny. It's very funny scene.
I really do like the Marvin Hamlish Bond 77 theme. With the ski chase at the beginning of Spy Who Loved Me. I know it's one of the great pieces of Bond music.
Yeah, because it's very disco-like, but it does suit the tone of the movie. It's a very mad movie.
My only criticism for it,
Go on.
My only criticism is that it builds up and then it just sort of ends, like as its own musical piece.
Yeah,
it just sort of stops the momentum. But in terms of the film, it implements it really well, especially when when it adds the action. But in terms of the actual song, I'm like, it's getting good, and then it just stops, and then it gets going.
Which it's funny because the longer version that's on the expanded score is great. I mean, it's considerably longer than the version that we get in the film.
I posted the Ted scene in the chat if you haven't seen it.
Yeah. It's fucking funny.
I'm definitely gonna, because I remembered Flash when Flash Gordon shows up, but that's.
Yeah, Sam Hunt's fault. Daniel was so emotional. Yeah. Sam Smith made him cry. I think we're coming up close to nearly 4 hours now. So overall thoughts on Live and Let Die?
Well,
absolutely love it. Blaxploitation at its finest.
I agree. It's really great. Obviously there are some issues with it, plot contrivance. Some humor does go a bit over the top. I think Moore does a really good job at the since it's his first film, but he still has room to grow, and he perfects it by his third film. But as a first outing, I don't really have much complaints about it. It's one of the best Bond films.
Yeah. I mean, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with everything that's been said, especially the fact that, one of the best blaxploitation movies of the 70s, without a doubt.
But there's not that many movies that endured voodoo.
Yeah, it's just such an entertaining film. I mean, this is the kind of Bond movie that I grew up with. I mean, I think this was the first one that I saw at no, it wasn't. Sorry, I didn't see this one at the cinema. First one I saw at the cinema was Man with a Golden Gun. But
Very cool. Very cool.
yeah, I mean, this is it's not perfect, but does it entertain? Absolutely.
But I think that's the wonders of campiness Bond, is that it just entertains you. It knows what you're in for, and it just has a good time with it. That's why in 2015, when there were so many spy films that came out with the Man from U.N.C.L.E., Spectre, Mission Impossible, Rogue Nation, Kingsman was the one that stood out because it had fun with the formula.
Yeah.
And they even admitted it was like it's going for the entertainment schlock value of, the previous spy films. They even acknowledge in the film. And I think that's what I kind of miss from Bond, that element of tongue-in-cheek camp. Sure, we got it with No Time to Die with some lines and all that. But I feel like an element of, the entertainment of camp is a part of Bond. And I wish we got a bit more of that towards the end of the Craig film, which we did, but I would like a bit more.
Yeah, because I know they're trying to be a bit more faithful to Ian Fleming's novels, but sometimes, but the thing is, the Bonds have become much more of a household names because of the movies, and I don't think sometimes changes work well better on screen than what happens in the book. It's just one of those things.
I mean, I do think that we're going to get a complete departure from the Daniel Craig style of Bond movie. I don't think they're going to be I really don't think they're going to be as hard and as gritty. I think we're probably going to go back to something a little bit more akin to the Pierce Brosnan era.
Well, if you look at it, each Bond had, overcompensation when it comes to their first films. Like, you got the Sean Connery era, and then you got Lazenby, which was, it wasn't a complete departure. They were like, we're carrying on with it. But when it came to, back to Connery, they did, all right, we're doing Connery, but more. And then with more, they were like, okay, let's do a bit more of the campiness. And then Timothy Dalton went back to being serious, grounded. And then Pierce Brosnan, they're like, we need to bring back the fun. That's the problem when it came to License to Kill. That's what they thought. But then
it's like a pendulum keeps swinging one way, doesn't it? Because
so I think with the next Bond, we're definitely going to get a bit more campiness. Now, will that be more era fun? Don't know. I mean, I hope we get a bit more of a balance, but I hope we don't get too far like Die Another Day, where he's riding a tsunami.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. And really bad CGI, as well.
The music was epic, but it cannot hide it.
Yeah, Brosnan was good, but yeah, he deserved a really good last farewell as Bond, though. He really did.
I did forget that he definitely wrote a tsunami. I completely forgot about that. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, like Casino Royale was a response to Jason Bourne. When Jason Bourne hit the same year as Die Another Day, essentially they're like, oh, okay, we need to bring it back to grounded Bond. And, it succeeded in the first film. They did it with Quantum of Solace. People, have a love-hate relationship with that film. For me, I think it's the worst, official Bond film. I know some people like it, but it's just not my cup of tea. That was my first.
I think they had a lot of problems though because they had the writer's strike as well, and they were writing the script while they were making the movie. So, I hate it, but I'm not too hard on it as well because I know
the reason why I have such a hatred for it. That was my first Bond film in cinemas, and I felt sick after it because the action scenes and the editing was just it didn't.
It's
suit
really
the big
badly
screen
edited
for me. I mean, there was that great scene where they fall through the window, but for me, I was like, yeah, nah, I can't watch it. And then I watched Skyfall. I was like, that's a bit better.
I concur. No, I will agree with that. Wow.
And I think have you already given your thoughts, Ghost in the Craig, on
I remember.
What are your thoughts, Luke?
Yeah, but possibly, it's it's definitely a bizarre take on Bond, but it works well for the time. And Roger Moore definitely showed there was life in Bond after Sean Connery, even though people were a bit skeptical after George Lazenby. And it's got a great sense of humor. It's very fun, and it knows what it is, and it has fun with the crazy premise. And every character is very memorable. Even the very small ones get their little moments to shine, and I love it for that. That's my overall opinion on it. It's, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was a bit of a with the Man with the Golden Gun, I felt like they tried to bring it back to Connery more, where he was a bit more aggressive, and I don't think it suited Roger Moore.
Yeah, Roger Moore's more of a charmer than a bro.
Yeah. So when Roger Moore slapped, I can't remember the character's name, but the Bond girl, I just felt I was like, nah, I don't think Roger can play this well.
Yeah, he didn't agree. He didn't agree with it either. He was like, I always thought my Bond should charm a woman into giving information, and I can start to see that. Yeah. Well, we're coming up to once again, we're a few hours away from 4 hours now, and I think we've said all we've had to say. And before we go, anything you got land up? Anything you got upcoming there, Tony Down Under?
Well, I'm making my way back to YouTube, so I'm going to be working on a review for Bad Boys. So I'm going to be
nice.
I'm going to be recording that after this and editing. Really fun movie. And then after that, I'm going to be watching 2 hours, or rather an hour, of The Acolyte. So
lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to. I'm going to review that.
Yeah, Ghost in the Craig. Anything else, Tony, or shall I move on to Ghost in the Craig now?
I'll move on to Ghost. I'm
okay,
really
what have you got coming then?
Well, I probably will watch Bad Boys. I mean, why not? But I'm definitely gonna watch The Watchers.
I've been hearing good things about that. I need to check it out.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you know, but it's M. Night Shyamalan's daughter's debut as the director. So that's pretty interesting. And then I'm a really big fan of Dakota Fanning. I just love Dakota Fanning. I think she aged like fantastically, and I'm just like anything that she's in, I'm always down to watch. So
she out-acted Robert De Niro in Hide and Seek. Yeah, she deserves a good career. She really does.
I mean, she was Shiri Curry. Oh, she was Shiri Curry in The Runaways. The Runaways movie that they did.
Yeah, fucking hell, yeah, she did that. I've only seen a little bit of it, but even her and Kristen Stewart were pretty good in it.
Yeah, we went to the I was just in Ohio, and we went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, and they had a whole Runaways section, like a little, dedicated to Joan Jett and the Runaways, pretty much. And so, yeah, definitely gonna watch The Watchers probably either tonight or tomorrow. And then as for Star Wars, oh gosh, I kind of want to watch The Acolyte just because, but I probably won't. I just probably won't.
Yeah, well, I've got alcohol on standby for that one.
Right? Oh my gosh.
I might watch The Acolyte or review it, but I don't know. Everyone else is doing it, and they seem to be making their points pretty well clear on it. And I don't know. I'll probably move on to something else and try and see if there's anything good that's either both good or crap that isn't The Acolyte. But
I do want to give it a fair chance. I do want to give it a fair chance, though. So if there's anything good, I'll be like, "That's good," but I don't have high hopes because it's Disney.
That's how I felt with Kenobi, though, and then I was let down.
Yeah, it's worse as well with Kenobi because he's such an iconic character. He's like a very strong, very smart, wise guy, and they've just fucking murdered him. It's diabolical.
Yeah. Oh, and The Boys is coming out, so probably just get ready for that.
I don't know. I'm kind of. I love the first series, but I always thought it started becoming a little bit more a friendly dig at the left, but a totally malicious dig at the right, instead of just being balanced like it should be. Because as we know, both sides can be just as fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
But Inside Man, what's up? Yeah. So, is there anything else goes to Craig, or shall I move on to Inside Man?
That's it.
That's it. Inside Man. Anything you got, Lord? Anything you got upcoming?
Yeah, we've got the Band of Brothers stream on Sunday. So we're doing part 5 of Band of Brothers a breakdown. Got a lot of my behind the scenes photographs and a few sort of on set little stories of some of the shenanigans that we got up to. So we'll be going through the script and comparing the script to the episode. And of course, it was the episode that Tom Hanks
Actually,
directed. Yeah. So yeah. So it should
real
be quite
quick,
good.
Inside Man, I wanted to ask, what did you, what was some of the things you did for when you said you worked on the Bond films?
It was in production management. So
Awesome.
some kind
Very
of
cool.
crew. So
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I
I'll
that's cool.
probably let you know a little bit afterwards.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
no,
there's a lot of
Yeah,
contractual things as well, and I
yeah,
don't want to
yeah,
don't
Yeah,
don't
obviously.
want
of
you losing your
course.
job.
No, definitely.
but
That's awesome.
yeah, and
It's
my
cool
brothers
it's
worked.
cool to know someone. No,
My,
it's
my
cool to
brother's
meet
worked
someone
on a
that's
few of them as well. My brother actually worked on the he was in the art department on building the sets for Casino Royale and Quantum of
Oh,
Solace.
sweet.
so he's the
So
one that made that deep dip, huh?
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
so so we got that coming up on Sunday. I think I'm probably going to be on with you on the Nielsen ratings on Tuesday.
yeah, I look forward to that. I think he's asked. I think Lance has asked us to watch Under Paris, so I'll try and give that a go.
Yeah,
Maybe tomorrow if I can. And yeah, I look forward to. I don't know if I'll be on the Band of Brothers because I think it's looking like Lance probably might have a full house anyway, and who knows, he might because he's already got you, History Brought, and he might have the Critical Drinker on with him as well if he makes the time for it. So.
right.
But
Okay.
either way, I'll still make it in the chat and I'll still support you guys as well because I love you
Okay, mate.
guys.
Love you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
It
you
was
for
a lot
having
of
me.
fun.
Man. It's so
Yeah.
freaking awesome.
So gay.
Giggity.
But yeah, I look forward to Tuesday with the Nielsen ratings as well. And
Okay, mate.
yeah, and
Yeah.
obviously I'll be on. And I've got upcoming is I'm in the process of doing a review for Jennifer Lopez's Atlas with Tackle
Oh.
Yeah, that was a bad movie.
I did watch
And I'm
that.
also
I
know. Yeah, and I'm also on Losers Lounge with Blue Collar Loser on a Tuesday, which could be 5 or 6. I forgot which movie it was, but keep an eye on Blue Collar Losers channel. And I'm on Nielsen ratings on Tuesday as well. And next week will be me with Toxic and it'll be with me, Blue Collar Loser, Critical, Fandad Menace for Taxi Driver.
Oh
sick.
yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, that should be good as well. So yeah, and everyone on the chat, thank you, Tony K, for subscribing, and I hope you've subscribed to my fan guests as well. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to them, drop a like in their videos and a comment, help the algorithm. And whether you beautiful bastards are Northern English or not, thanks for joining us. But for right now, I am done and I am off to the pub. And you enjoy your nights, everyone. Thank you very much.
Have a shot on me, man. Please have a shot on me.
Yeah.
It's fucking Friday.